Chapter 2260 Calamity for the God Race. Chapter 2260 Calamity for the God Race. The teleportation formation was a shortcut to the initial race. However, the unfettered one clearly refused to take that shortcut. The method he used was the most direct, and it was to forcefully tear open a path. As for whether he could succeed, it was something that only he knew. Meanwhile, the martial emperor spoke abruptly. "Leave this place to me." Yang Yi was astounded. "Just you?" The martial emperor glanced at him and spoke indifferently. "Can I?" Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. Of course you can. Good luck." Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing, and then they vanished into the distance. At the instant they vanished, the 7 undead warriors were about to attack, but the martial emperor suddenly appeared before them and slapped his palms forward. Bang! All 7 of them were blasted over 30 kilometers away. Master Tian's pupils constricted slightly from the sight of this. Because this middle-aged man who'd suddenly arrived here wasn't just slightly strong. He fell silent for an instant and gazed at the 7 undead warriors. "Don't hold back." Once he finished speaking, he flashed over to the door of light. Yang Yi and Nanjing had already brought the others there. Master Tian and 2 undead warriors stood before Yang Yi's group. "You think you can go in?" Master Tian spoke fiercely. "Do you think that's possible?" Nanjing was about to attack when Yang Yi shook his head, and then he pointed his sword at the other experts of the Undying Race. "If you stop me, I'll stop them." Yang Yi appeared before those members of the Undying Race, and his powerful sword intent and slaughter intent enveloped them. "How dare you!" Master Tian howled furiously and was about to attack, but a spear shot through space toward him. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Master Tian was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Nanjing was in front of him, and she glanced indifferently at him while burning fury blazed with flames. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent were stopped by 2 rays of cold light before they could reach the experts of the Undying Race. Those 2 undead warriors appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he gazed at Elder Yuan's group. "Go inside." At this moment, Yang Yi had turned their passive position around. Now, he wasn't keeping the experts of the Undying Race busy, they were trying to keep his side busy. Elder Yuan clearly realized that too, so he nodded and was about to lead the others into the portal. However, he seemed to have thought of something and bowed slightly to Yang Yi. "I will never forget your kindness. They'll wait for you on the other side." His figure shot into the portal once he finished speaking. The undead warriors were about to attack, but Yang Yi's sword intent enveloped the others from the Undying Race. So, those undead warriors had no choice but to give up on attacking Elder Yuan's group and gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance. Elder Yuan went smoothly through the portal, and the others in the group gradually went through as well. It didn't take long for only Nether Maiden and the others, Amon and Situ Tingyun, to remain. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Go through it." Sky Maiden walked over to him and spoke softly. "We'll be waiting for you on the other side. You must come." She entered the portal with the others once she finished speaking. Amon walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at the surroundings, and said, "I want to stay and help you. All of us do. However, we know that we'll only be a burden. You must come to the other side." She didn't say another word and just entered the portal. Only the demon's pawn remained. Yang Yi spoke softly. "While they aren't weak, they aren't very strong either. So, please take care of them over there." The demon's pawn nodded. "I owe you for this. I'll take care of your friends. You take care too." The demon's pawn entered the portal. Only the others from the large universe remained now, and they were looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at them. In the end, he gazed at a young woman. She was the patriarch of the Sky Race, Shao Qi. She was one of his friends, but she hadn't chosen to leave with Elder Yuan's group. Yang Yi gazed at her, and then he raised his chin at the portal. "Go." She walked over to Yang Yi. "And my people." Yang Yi rubbed her head and spoke softly. "Go. Take as many as you can." She looked up at Yang Yi, and then tears suddenly started rolling down her face. But it only took a moment for her to wipe it off, and then she gazed at her people. "Let's go. Hurry." The experts of the sky race naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity and ran toward the portal. Xiaoqi spoke softly. Why, you will come too, right? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and smiled. Perhaps. Enough. Go through the portal. Go with Elder Yuan's group once you go through. Your people charged off without even thinking about you, so I don't trust them. Stay with Elder Yuan's group, and they will protect you. If you really can't let go of your people, then ask Elder Yuan and the others to help you manage them. Understand? Xiaoqi nodded. I understand. Independent Illinois be waiting for you on the other side. She hugged him for a moment and then entered the portal. More and more were leaving. During this time, the experts from the Undying race went through too. Both the people close to Yang Yi and the experts of the Undying race had mostly gone through, but the experts of the other races still remained here. Yang Yi gazed at them, and he saw pleading gazes in their eyes. They didn't dare to move without the order from Yang Yi, because the experts of the Undying race were here, and they may die if they moved. No one here didn't fear the strength of the undead warriors. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment as he gazed at them, and then he said, Go on. Thank you. Countless bowed to Yang Yi, and then they surged madly into the portal. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared here. Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a group of people rushing over here with Shirtian in the lead. The people of the god race were behind him. However, Yang Yi didn't see Ding Xiaoyao and Jir. Shirtian glanced at the people here and said, Go in. The experts of the god race started rushing forward. However, Yang Yi suddenly withdrew his slaughter intent and sword intent, while a Nanjing returned to his side. Yang Yi gazed at Master Tian and said, They have nothing to do with me. He moved aside with a Nanjing. At this moment, Shirtian's expression became quite unsightly. Because two undead warriors were before the portal, and some experts of the god race had been instantly beheaded upon charging over. Shirtian glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi replied indifferently, What? Bite me. Yang Yi. The desire to kill flashed through Shirtian's eyes. Yang Yi suddenly pointed his sword at Shirtian. You better shut up. Say another word and the Undying race won't have to do anything because it'll annihilate your god race. Shirtian's face turned extremely gloomy. He gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he gazed at Master Tian. We had an agreement. Master Tian replied indifferently. Your agreement with Master Yuan was that we wouldn't annihilate your god race, but we said nothing about letting your god race through this portal. Of course, I can give you a chance. So long as you kill Yang Yi, we'll let you through. All right? They wanted to use him to kill Yang Yi. Shirtian's expression grew even more unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Shirtian, want to give it a try? Shirtian clenched his fists, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. A hopeless situation. At this moment, the god race had been pushed into a hopeless situation. Kill the Undying race? The god race clearly wasn't capable of that. Kill Yang Yi? Since Yang Yi could force the Undying race into such a situation, it proved the strength of Yang Yi's side. If they targeted Yang Yi, Yang Yi's forces could annihilate the god race too. So, the god race was between a rock and a hard place. You brought this upon yourselves. Meanwhile, Nanjing spoke abruptly. The relationship between Yang Yi and the god race had been quite good before this, but the god race had chosen to become Yang Yi's enemy. If the god race hadn't done that, Yang Yi would have allowed all of them to live right now. Shirtian didn't have the strength to force the Undying race to make a compromise, but Yang Yi did. Everyone of the god race gazed at Shirtian and waited for him to make a decision. In the end, he gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, my god race was at fault, and I hope. Yang Yi shrugged. Patriarch Shirtian, it's a difficult situation for us all right now, and it's why I was willing to help the experts of the other races. But I'm sorry, what does the god race's fate have to do with me? Heartless? No. Yang Yi didn't think he was heartless at all, because he was absolutely sure that if Shirtian could kill him, Shirtian would have done so to get his people through the portal. Besides that, Yang Yi was a vengeful person. He would never forget those who were kind to him, but he would also never forget those who had tried to harm him. Shirtian took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi, please do it out of consideration for Xiaoyao. Yang Yi interrupted Shirtian again. She chose the god race. He closed his eyes slowly at this point. If she chose me, I would save the god race, even if I had to die. Of course, she did help me in the past, and I would repay her if she was here. However, it has nothing to do with the god race. Meanwhile, Master Tian suddenly said, almost all my forces have gone through. Once they have, the teleportation formation will be closed. The god race will be buried with the large universe then. Sure, Tian's expression was so unsightly it was simply impossible to describe with words. Chapter 2261 Death. Chapter 2261 Death. The surroundings fell quite silent. All of them were waiting for Sure Tian's decision. At this moment, both Yang Ye's side and the Undying Race's side didn't fear the God Race. It could be said that the God Race was in a truly impossible situation. Suddenly, Sure Tian gazed at Master Tian. Yang Yi is an arrogant and ruthless person, but so long as someone doesn't offend him, he won't offend anyone. However, your Undying Race treats the other races and my God Race as ants. As far as you're concerned, killing is right and just. So, if I listen to you, you won't spare my God Race even if I can kill Yang Yi. Sure Tian slowly closed his eyes at this point. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from him, and it was like a storm that instantly swept toward the surroundings. Hiss! 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 Space instantly started trembling. Master Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he clenched his fists. Divine Generals! Sure Tian howled with fury. 10 black-robed experts and 10 white-robed experts from the God Race appeared by Sure Tian's side. An instant later, their auras rose madly. The rest of you leave now. Sure Tian howled with fury, and then the stomachs of all 21 of them started expanding. An instant later, Sure Tian led the other 20 in a charge at Master Tian and the 9 undead warriors. When they arrived around 300 m away, Sure Tian and the others suddenly exploded apart. In an instant, 21 terrifying waves of energy surged and enveloped Master Tian and the undead warriors. Let's go! Meanwhile, someone shouted among the God Race, and then countless of them instantly knelt in the direction of Sure Tian's group before charging madly toward the portal. Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he gazed in the direction of Sure Tian's group. At this moment, that area was pitch black and shocking explosions were resounding incessantly from there. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before the space there calmed down. Master Tian and the 9 undead warriors were still there, but Sure Tian's group of 21 had vanished. Self-detonation? They were gone. Sure Tian and the other experts of the God Race had detonated themselves and forcefully kept Master Tian's group occupied. However, not all the people of the God Race were able to get through. At this moment, Master Tian's countenance was extremely pale. While Head survived, the explosion had heavily injured him. Head suffered truly heavy injuries. Even if Sure Tian was inferior in strength to him, it was a very tiny gap, and Sure Tian had detonated himself to attack Master Tian. So, he was lucky to have even survived. The undead warriors behind him hadn't been affected much because while the other 20 divine generals of the God Race had detonated themselves too, their strength was much more inferior when compared to Sure Tian. So, they merely suffered light injuries. Master Tian glanced coldly at the people of the God Race who were still going into the portal, and then he waved his right hand with the intent of giving the order. However, the Martial Emperor suddenly appeared in front of him. The Martial Emperor glanced at Master Tian. Sure Tian died bravely, so he'll allow the rest of them to pass through. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful wave of pressure slammed down upon Master Tian and the others. Master Tian glanced behind him, and he noticed that everyone from the Undying Race had gone through. So, a cold smile arose on his face. I'm afraid it's a little too late. The Martial Emperor frowned slightly. Suddenly, the teleportation formation dimmed down. The formation was deactivating. The remaining people charged madly into the portal when they realized that the formation was being deactivated. Master Tian and the others didn't try to stop them. The Martial Emperor glanced coldly at Master Tian's group, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Shall we go? Go? Yang Yi was stunned. Indeed, and Nanjing and him could go into the portal with the Martial Emperor, and Master Tion's group wouldn't be able to stop them, unless they were willing to sacrifice their lives. However, Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not leaving." The martial emperor frowned. "Why?" Yang Yi shot a glance behind him, and it was in the direction of Void Spirit Continent. Tianxiu was still there. Yang Yi spoke softly. "I promised her that I would come back." Her. Master Tian spoke coldly. "The formation is deactivating, and our patriarch is free to act now. Our patriarch is probably on the way to Void Spirit Continent right now. Void Spirit Maiden is dead." Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing and she said, "I'm going with you." Yang Yi said, "You can leave." She shook her head in response. Yang Yi took a deep breath. "Then let's go." And Nanjing and him vanished into the distance. The martial emperor nodded slightly. He's quite loyal, but it's such a pity. He walked over to the teleportation formation, and it was about to close completely. Meanwhile, Master Tian and the others didn't stop the martial emperor. As far as they were concerned, it was best if the martial emperor left because they would have one less enemy. The martial emperor's strength could be described as something only Xiao Lu or their patriarch could go against. Right when the martial emperor was about to walk into the portal, he suddenly stopped and looked up into space. The starry sky was endless. He gazed at it for a very, very long time. Suddenly, he started laughing, and his laughter reverberated like a thunderclap. A short while later, his figure trembled, and then he tore open the space before him and vanished into the starry sky, tearing through space. In the end, the martial emperor hadn't chosen to use the portal and chose to tear through space instead. Master Tian glanced at the martial emperor and spoke indifferently. "He's courting death." Tearing through space to the initial race's universe? The boundless universe is huge, and the slightest mistake will get him lost, and that will bring him eternal damnation. He really overestimates himself. It was possible to teleport through space by tearing through it. Many experts could accomplish that, but it was through known expanses of space. However, the martial emperor and the unfettered one had chosen to travel through unknown expanses of space. It was like a mouse suddenly jumping into the ocean and searching for a way out. It was no different than courting death. Meanwhile, Master Tian's expression changed abruptly, and he gazed at the portal and frowned slightly. "Why have I lost contact with Master Gue?" As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly withdrew a pitch-black rock, and it flickered with black light, but there was nothing special about it. Suddenly, it flickered, and a weak voice came from within it. "There's..." No more came from the rock after that word. Master Tian frowned while a wisp of worry flashed through his eyes. A short while later, he spoke solemnly. "Go to Void Spirit Continent. We must deal with Void Spirit Maiden and the rest as soon as possible." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the others. Meanwhile, there were many here who hadn't been able to enter the portal. There were people from the other races and the God race. All of them had failed to enter the portal in time. They had despair all over their faces. They were dead. Their fate was sealed. At this moment, the spirit energy in the large universe was so scarce it could practically be considered as being non-existent. But they were still here, so the consequence was obvious. Suddenly, one of them stepped forward. "Everyone." They gazed at the man, and the man spoke fiercely. "It's the undying race. It's the undying race who pushed us into this corner. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be in this situation. Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight them to the death. Everyone we kill counts, and it's better than suffering and dying slowly. If you're a man, then come with me to Void Spirit Continent, and let's fight the undying race with Yang Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, the young man vanished into the distance. "Let's go." Meanwhile, someone else stepped forward. "He's right. Since we're dying anyway, isn't it better to drag some of them with us? If worse comes to worse, we can just detonate ourselves. I'm going to drag one of them down with me." Haha. He vanished into the distance as well. It didn't take long for more and more to step forward and charge toward Void Spirit Continent. In just a short while, the area was empty. Death. Everyone was afraid of death. No one wasn't afraid of it. However, many were still quite courageous. Or perhaps their courage had been concealed due to various reasons. But when they were pushed into a hopeless situation where death was certain, a person who was even afraid of death would be the most courageous. Countless rushed toward Void Spirit Continent. All of them were very well aware that they would die if they went there, but they were still going. Void Spirit Continent. Tianxiu and the spirits of the Void Spirit race were still in confrontation with the Undying Race's army. They were waiting. The Undying Race was waiting for their people to leave so that their patriarch would be free to join the battle, and Tianxiu was waiting for Yang Yi and the others to leave. Finally, a powerful aura appeared above the continent. Crack, crack, crack. At this moment, the entire continent started to collapse, and everything started transforming into dust. Tianxiu opened her eyes. It's time? Chapter 2262, Intent Ignition. Chapter 2262, Intent Ignition. It was daytime, but the sky above Void Spirit Continent was dark. Once the energy appeared there, the entire continent collapsed in just a short while and was transformed into dust. Tianxiu didn't stop it from collapsing. The members of the Void Spirit race weren't on Void Spirit Continent anymore, so its existence didn't make a difference to her. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man in a black robe to suddenly appear in front of Xiaolu. The middle-aged man wore a mask, and he kept his left hand behind his back while his right held a scroll. The experts of the Undying Race bowed respectfully to him. Patriarch, the patriarch of the Undying Race. The middle-aged man with the scroll was the patriarch of the Undying Race, Feng Yihan. Visit Freeweb, O-Vel-C-O-M, for the best novel reading experience. It sounded like the name of a scholar, but only people who knew him were aware of how terrifying he was. Feng Yihan sized up Tianxiu and spoke softly. Void Spirit Maiden, long time no see. Tianxiu appeared before him, sized him up and said, Looks like you've been recovering well. Feng Yihan replied, Almost 90%. Tianxiu nodded slightly. Then let's put an end to the enmity between us today. Feng Yihan fell silent for a moment and nodded. All right. Peace? It did not exist. The enmity between them was one of annihilation, and it was an enmity that was absolutely irreconcilable, unless one side was exterminated. Feng Yihan gazed at Xiaolu, and the latter nodded slightly before leading the army at the spirits of the Void Spirit race. Meanwhile, Tianxiu flipped her right hand, and a pearl appeared there. A moment later, she tapped it, and it entered the army of spirits. In an instant, their auras rose explosively. The initial race. Feng Yihan spoke softly before Tianxiu. I didn't expect you to be able to obtain that from the initial race. But it does make sense. You're all alone now and have nothing to worry about, so the initial race has no choice but to make a compromise. Tianxiu didn't say a word, but netherworld destiny slowly emerged from her forehead. It only took a moment for it to appear in her grasp. She looked up at Feng Yihan and was about to attack when she suddenly frowned slightly. She looked to the right, and she saw a ray of sword energy and a ray of fiery light shooting in her direction. Tianxiu's face fell. It only took a while for Yang Yi and in Nanjing to appear before her. Yang Yi was about to speak when Tianxiu spoke coldly. What are you doing here? To give your life away? And you're even leading your wife to her death too? Yang Yi replied, I told you that I would be back. She closed her eyes slowly. It's meaningless. Yang Yi shook his head. I can't let you shoulder this burden on your own. She opened her eyes and gazed at him. It is my Void Spirit race's business, so it's my business and should be shouldered by me. Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted her. I'm already here, so it's pointless to say all of that, isn't it? She gazed at him for a long time, and then she suddenly started smiling. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why are you smiling? Tianxiu walked over to Yang Yi, floated up slowly, and then patted him on the shoulder. I'm very happy to have been able to get to know you and Snowy after waking up. It's both of you who gave me joy for some time. Just as you've said, there's nothing for me to say since you're here already. She gazed at the battlefield below and said, Help me kill Xiaolu. Yang Yi was stunned, and so was in Nanjing. Kill Xiaolu. Xiaolu was an expert on Yang Woody's level, and his strength could be said to be the strongest below the unfettered one, Tianxiu, and the patriarch of the undying race. Even the martial emperor and Yang Wudi wouldn't dare to say that they could kill Xiao Lu. But Tianxiu wanted Yang Yi to kill Xiao Lu. She's doing it for your own good. Suddenly, Feng Yihan said, if you kill him, you're very likely to make a breakthrough and take a step forward. Of course, there's also another outcome, and it's death. So, do you want to try? Tianxiu looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, since you're here, you have no other choice. Kill him and take a step forward. Only then can you leave with your life. Otherwise, even I can't keep you safe. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Tianxiu, what are you saying? She shook her head slightly. Just do as I say. I won't harm you. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and nodded, all right? Yang Yi's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at Xiao Lu. And Nanjing was about to follow him, but Tianxiu stopped her. Tianxiu pointed at 30 mysterious figures with bows on their backs. Tianxiu said, they are your opponents. And Nanjing spoke solemnly, I want to help him. Tianxiu spoke softly, going to him will only harm him. He must achieve a breakthrough, otherwise, all of you will die. All the others who went to the universe of the initial race will die too. And Nanjing fell silent for a long time, and then she charged at those 30 experts. She didn't ask anything. She just chose to believe in Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Feng Yihan spoke abruptly, stop now and leave with them. No one will be able to harm all of you. Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. I told him to leave, yet he returned. It's a path he chose. Since he chose this path, he has to take it until the end. As for me, I've chosen my path too. We don't have a way out anymore. So, let's fight. Hiss. A ray of dark light shot up into space. Bang. The entire universe shook at this moment. Feng Yihan pondered deeply for a moment and nodded. All of us have no way out. As soon as he finished speaking, the space before him started breaking down into threads. Breaking down space. Every single thread of space contained extremely terrifying energy that was sufficient to obliterate the world. Meanwhile, a ray of dark light tore through space. Hiss, 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 hiss. That expanse of space suddenly started burning and being obliterated, layer by layer. At the same time, faint mist appeared here. In just a short while, the mist converged into a dark green river, and even the black hole in space was obliterated by the river. The Nether Springs. The black hole was transformed into a place of death. It was true destruction of the universe's core. Feng Yihan nodded slightly. The Netherworld Destiny and Nether Springs. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into countless rays of black energy that vanished on the spot. The battle up above erupted. However, the people below couldn't sense any of it. Meanwhile, down below, and Nanjing arrived before the 30 experts, but just a moment later, 30 black arrows shot at her. And Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly, and she slammed Burning Fury down. Bang! The arrows before her were instantly blasted away, but Nanjing was pushed over 10 kilometers back too. As soon as she stopped herself, a black arrow suddenly appeared before her forehead. And Nanjing's reaction was instantaneous, and she grabbed with her left hand. However, hiss, an arrow pierced through her left shoulder. At the same time, many more arrows had appeared before her stomach, the back of her head, and various other vital points around her body. Every arrow was aimed at a vital point. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly relaxed her grip, and the arrow before her forehead shot forward like a bolt of lightning. However, Nanjing was gone. Hiss! A strand of flaming light suddenly appeared before those 30 figures, and then a spear swept horizontally at them. But it stopped just halfway of the entire arc because 30 arrows had stabbed against it. Bang! The powerful force they carried blasted Nanjing over 30 kilometers away. They stood in the distance with their bows in hand, and auras completely merged as one, and all of them were locked onto Nanjing. Once she stopped herself, and Nanjing wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. She knew Shed underestimated them. While they couldn't compare to those 10 undead warriors, they weren't much weaker. And Nanjing fell silent for an instant, and then a vicious glow flashed through her eyes. She grabbed her ponytail with her left hand and wrapped it around her neck, and then she kicked Burning Fury with her right leg. Bang! It transformed into a flaming ray of light that shot at them. Meanwhile, Nanjing stomped her right foot down and followed closely behind Burning Fury. Not too far away, Yang Yi withdrew his gaze from Nanjing. He didn't shoot another glance at her because he had confidence in her. She grew stronger the more she fought. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Xiaolu. The latter grinned. What? You want to fight me? Are you aware of the gap between us? Yang Yi shook his head. Xiaolu grinned. I understand what Void Spirit Maiden is trying to do. She wants to put you in a life and death situation so that you can overcome it. Unfortunately, I'm your opponent. He tapped his finger forward once he finished speaking. Bang! A wave of powerful energy blasted Yang Yi extremely far away. Once he stopped himself, blood started seeping out from both sides of his mouth. Xiaolu chuckled. Do you realize the size of the gap between us now? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi opened them and looked at Xiaolu again. Yang Yi's eyes were blood red. He wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and took a step forward. 3 attacks. If I can't kill you with 3 attacks, then I, Yang Yi, will take my own life. Bang! Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 types of intent surged out from within him. Peak Slaughter intent and Peak Sword intent. A moment later, they started to ignite in flames. Intent ignition. Ignition of Progenitor Realm Slaughter intent and Sword intent. Chapter 2263, Let's Die Together. Chapter 2263, Let's Die Together. How could he fight Xiaolu? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the gap between them was too huge. They weren't from the same era, nor were they at the same level. But Tianxiu wanted him to kill Xiaolu. How? Yang Yi had no choice but to put his life on the line. Intent ignition? He hadn't used it in a very, very long time, because it really was too detrimental. The price of it was just too heavy. Even he wasn't really able to endure such a price. Visit freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. But he had no other choice now. He couldn't delay the battle with Xiaolu, because the longer he delayed, the greater the possibility that he would die in the end. So, he had to use his full strength from the very beginning. He couldn't hold back at all. Intent ignition. Both intents burned madly, and Yang Yi's aura rose explosively as a result. Xiaolu's eyes narrowed slightly. Intent ignition? He naturally understood what it was. Yang Yi could be said to be sacrificing his intent to improve his strength. As far as Xiaolu was concerned, it was an irregular means of gaining strength, and while it would provide great strength in the short term, the price was huge. It was usually not something people could bear. So, as far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was courting death. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was above Xiaolu when he appeared again. A moment later, a sword slashed down. Xiaolu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't underestimate Yang Yi. He twisted his right hand, and a strand of black energy surged up into the air and slammed against Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword instantly sliced the black energy apart on contact and continued down. Bang! Xiaolu was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Xiaolu glanced at his palm, and he noticed that half of it was gone. Yang Yi's sword had sliced off half his palm. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded once more. Along with the sword howl, Yang Yi transformed into a string of afterimages that appeared before Xiaolu, and then he swung his sword down again. His sword seemed like it could even slice open the world, and its aura couldn't be compared to any attack Yang Yi had launched in the past. Xiaolu took a step back, and then countless strands of black energy surged out from within him. In an instant, the black energy enveloped Yang Yi's sword. However, they were instantly sliced into bits, and the sword slammed down once more. Bang! Xiaolu was blasted away again. However, Xiaolu chuckled. He gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I have to admit that you're quite strong now. Unfortunately, it's impossible for you to kill me. Now, you have just one last attack. Suddenly, Xiaolu's voice stopped abruptly, because Yang Yi had appeared in front of him, and another attack was descending. A cold smile arose on the corners of Xiao Lao's mouth. In an instant, countless strands of death energy converged above him and formed a barrier. He was very confident that he could defend himself against this attack because had gained a full understanding of Yang Ye's strength through the last two attacks. Yang Yi was strong, but Yang Yi wasn't a huge threat to him. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's sword to arrive above the barrier of death energy. However, Yang Ye's sword suddenly paused for a moment, and then Yang Ye's features warped. Meanwhile, Xiao Lao's expression changed drastically, and countless strands of death energy converged madly from within him. But it was too late. Yang Ye's sword descended. Hiss! The barrier of death energy was like paper that the sword instantly sliced open, and the sword sliced down from Xiao Lao's head to feet. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi withdrew his sword and moved 300 m away. Xiao Lu stared blankly at Yang Yi. That was a domain. A domain! Yang Yi had used the sword domain just now. The sword domain. It was Yang Ye's greatest trump card. In the beginning, he hadn't used the sword domain against Xiao Lu because he was very well aware that he couldn't use it to kill Xiao Lu in an instant. Just the sword domain couldn't kill Xiao Lu. So, had chosen to ignite his intent. Once he ignited both his intents, his strength had instantly risen countless times. At this moment, the might of his attack that was enhanced by the sword domain would be unprecedentedly terrifying. Moreover, in order to make Xiao Lu lower his guard, Yang Yi hadn't used the sword domain for his first two attacks. Because Xiao Lu was the most vigilant then. This battle wasn't just a battle of strength, it was a mental battle too. Simply speaking, it was a battle of tricks. Xiao Lu stared at Yang Yi. An instant later, he suddenly started laughing. I didn't expect that I would die at the hands of a sage. Needless to say, you're amazing and very talented. Your sword domain is powerful, very powerful. His voice grew softer and softer, and it gradually vanished. Xiao Lao's body was gradually turning ethereal too, but it didn't take long for countless strands of death energy to converge on him. He wasn't coming back to live, and the death energy was merely protecting his corpse. The undying race did possess an undying body, but it depended on the situation. Yang Ye's attack had obliterated all the vitality within him. Under such circumstances, not to mention the undying body, no one could save him. Xiao Lu was dead. However, Yang Yi had paid a terrible price too. Intent was once just an ethereal concept, yet it wasn't ethereal anymore. It could be seen, touched, and truly existed in material form. Yang Yi had ignited two intents. So, simply speaking, he had released all the intent he possessed, completely, and then ignited it all to gain strength. Even then, it wasn't impossible for Yang Yi to regain the intent had lost. It was like a rich man who'd made 10 million, but he lost all that money on gambling. Even then, it didn't represent that the rich man would never earn another 10 million. Losing the money didn't represent had lost the ability to earn money. It was the same for Yang Yi. He was absolutely familiar with the sword Dao and slaughter Dao, so he just needed a fortuitous encounter to regain his intents to their peaks. Now, Yang Yi was facing a problem, a different problem. He was facing the backlash from the intent ignition and sword domain. The backlash had already begun. There was naturally a price to pay for using strength that exceeded one's limits. Veins started to pop up on Yang Ye's face. Besides that, the blood vessels beneath his skin were starting to wriggle. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked down. The army of spirits from the Void Spirit race were in battle with the Undying race's army, and it wouldn't take long for the outcome to be determined. Yang Yi looked to the other side. And Nanjing was in fierce battle with the 30 bow-wielding experts. No, there were only 25 left now, and Nanjing had killed 5 of them, but Nanjing was heavily injured as a result. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot at them. Die! A voice resounded like a thunderclap. It was Yang Ye's voice. As soon as he arrived before them, he swung his sword with his right hand. The sword domain. At this moment, the strength he gained from intent ignition had not vanished yet, so he used the sword domain again. So, how terrifying was his attack? The black-robed figure before him was instantly obliterated before his sword. An instant kill. and Nanjing was stunned by this. She was shocked that Yang Yi had become so strong. However, it only took a moment for quite an unsightly expression to appear on her face. Because Shed realized the state he was in. Yang Yi was overexhausting himself right now. Yang Yi could kill anyone now, but it wouldn't be long before Yang Yi had to pay a terrible price. Meanwhile, after he killed that black-robed figure in an instant, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot at another one of them. Over 20 arrows suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, but along with a swing of his sword, all of them were obliterated. Hiss! A moment later, a black-robed figure was sliced into two, and then blood and internal organs sprayed all over the surroundings. But that wasn't the end of it. A ray of light flashed, and then the head of another black-robed figure flew up into the air. A slaughter. At this moment, Yang Yi was slaughtering them. None of them could resist a single swing of Yang Yi's sword. Even if they joined forces, Yang Yi could overcome their joint forces with a swing of his sword. In his current state, even an expert like the martial emperor couldn't kill him. In just a short while, only 10 of those black figures remained. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped. The backlash, the pain. At this moment, Yang Yi felt like his body was on the verge of exploding. Even the primordial violet energy that was madly repairing his body couldn't reduce the pain he experienced. Swoosh! Suddenly, an arrow pierced through his chest. The primordial armor couldn't stop it at all. However, that wasn't the end of it. Another arrow shot toward Yang Yi's forehead, but it was slammed away by a spear before it could even approach Yang Yi. And Nanjing stood before him. Yang Yi used both hands to support himself with his sword, and he gasped for breath. I don't think he'll be able to hold on this time. Just go. He was utterly exhausted. At this moment, he was truly exhausted, and Nanjing turned around, gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she squatted down and pecked him on the forehead. We die together. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around, and then her body started to burn. Soul ignition. In an instant, and Nanjing's aura rose explosively. Chapter 2264 I Don't Want to Die Yet. Chapter 2264 I Don't Want to Die Yet. At this critical moment, a palm suddenly pressed down on a Nanjing's shoulder, and then a voice entered her ear. I don't want to die yet. And Nanjing stopped. The faint flames around her were extinguished. It was Yang Yi who'd said those words. She turned to the side and saw a ghastly pale face. Yang Yi took her hand and cracked a smile. Don't do something stupid. I don't want to die yet. All right? She gazed at him for a long time and nodded. All right? Meanwhile, 10 arrows shot over from afar. And Nanjing turned to the side and swung blazing fury in a horizontal sweep. Visit Freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. Bang! The arrows were stopped in their path, but Nanjing and Yang Yi were blasted over 3 kilometers away. Meanwhile, those 10 experts were about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly pulled Nanjing behind him, and the sword supreme in his grasp let out a sword howl. The figures of those 10 experts stiffened slightly. They hadn't forgotten how Yang Yi had slaughtered their companions. Yang Yi raised his hand slowly and pointed his sword at them. Continue if you want to die. They didn't cower before him. They drew their bows at the exact same time and released their arrows. 10 arrows simultaneously flashed forward like shooting stars. Yang Yi's ghastly pale face turned ferocious at this instant, and he stomped his right foot down. Bang! The space beneath him instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to shoot forward. The arrows were instantly obliterated before him, and he appeared above one of them. The sword supreme descended. At the instant that happened, a mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi's mouth. The sword domain. Head used the sword domain again. Hiss. The black-robed expert didn't even have the chance to resist before he was instantly sliced into 2. But at the exact same instant, numerous arrows appeared before Yang Yi. At the critical moment, Yang Yi moved his head to the side and dodged 2 of them, but the rest pierced through his chest. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted far away. As soon as he stopped himself, a few more arrows shot at him. Meanwhile, Nanjing appeared before Yang Yi. and she waved burning fury in a horizontal sweep. Bang, 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 bang. The arrows were blasted away, but so were Yang Yi and her. The 9 remaining experts didn't stop. They drew their bows again and planned to release another volley at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. However, a few black shadows suddenly descended from the sky. They were Master Tian and the 9 undead warriors, and Nanjing's face fell from the sight of this. Now, they really had no chance. Meanwhile, a black-robed figure appeared before them. It was the universe sprite. She closed her eyes slowly and said, "Tell him to take good care of Snowy and the sprites of this large universe. Otherwise, I won't forgive him, even in death." She slowly raised both her hands once she finished speaking. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, the space here started rippling, and then countless strands of energy converged from all over the world. More and more converged until it was like a myriad of rivers converging into the ocean as they converged into the universe sprite. If someone looked down from outside the large universe, one would notice that the large universe was being destroyed at a visible rate. She was taking the last bit of spirit energy and power the large universe had, and Nanjing gazed at her with astonishment. The universe sprite removed her mask slowly, and beneath it was an ethereal face. This ethereal face had a bleak smile on it. In any case, the large universe is dead, and I'm just killing it completely. From now onward, this large universe will cease to exist. As soon as she finished speaking, her body turned completely ethereal. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from her, and she instantly vanished. The energy instantly swept over to Master Tian's group and enveloped them. Boom! 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 Rumbling explosions resounded incessantly. The universe sprite had used herself as the medium to converge the last remaining energy within the large universe. It could be said to have instantly sped up the speed at which the large universe was dying. Actually, it hadn't just sped it up, it had killed the large universe completely. However, she's used that energy to release an absolutely destructive wave of energy. It was so strong that it caused that expanse of space to turn into an expanse of death. There was no matter at all there, only destruction. However, Master Tian's group hadn't been annihilated. The 9 archers were gone, but Master Tian and the 9 undead warriors were still alive. Especially those 9 undead warriors. Their joint forces were even capable of killing Xiaolu. While they had survived, they were heavily injured. The universe sprite's attack was no different than a self-detonation. Master Tian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked up at Yang Yi and in Nanjing. "Yang Yi, I didn't expect Lord Xiaolu to die at your hands." Yang Yi didn't say anything as he stood behind in Nanjing. At this moment, he was madly utilizing primordial violet energy to heal himself. As for in Nanjing, she stood before him and gazed coldly at Master Tian's group without revealing the slightest fear. Master Tian walked closer to them and said, "Who can save you now?" Bang! Suddenly, a strand of flames appeared here. Master Tian's expression changed slightly, and he instantly moved 3 kilometers away. A ball of flames floated not too far away from Yang Yi. It was the Samadhi flame. Master Tian had a wisp of fear in his eyes as he gazed at the Samadhi flame. While Yang Yi had used the Samadhi flame in the past, had only used its strength, and that was far inferior when compared to the Samadhi flame itself. The Samadhi flame itself felt dangerous to Master Tian. The Samadhi flame transformed into a middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man had blazing flames around him. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "I'm leaving." Yang Yi opened his eyes to gaze at the Samadhi flame, and the latter pondered deeply for a moment and said, "If it were just them, I wouldn't mind paying a certain price." Unfortunately, it shook its head and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into space. It had left. The Samadhi flame had chosen to leave. Yang Yi remained silent. The Samadhi flame had an agreement with him to stay with him for a few years, but it had left now. He didn't hate the Samadhi flame because it was a very normal thing to do. It would never die with him. Now, only a Nanjing was left here. Of course, he still had Snowy, Su Qingshi, and the others who were within the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at Nanjing. In his heart, he felt helpless, extremely helpless. And Nanjing could leave, but she chose to stay. Now, they were probably going to die together. Yang Yi had done all he could to fight against the undying race. Kill. Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from far away. Yang Yi and Nanjing looked over, and they saw countless charging over. They were the others who hadn't been able to escape. All of them charged at Master Tian's group. A cold glow flashed through Master Tian's eyes. Ants? He was about to attack once he finished speaking, but the stomach of the cultivator at the front of the group suddenly started swelling up. Boom! A moment later, a terrifying wave of energy swept at him. Self-detonation? He hadn't expected that fellow to detonate himself. But just a moment later, a cold smile arose on Master Tian's lips. Self-detonation? They were still ants to him, even if they detonated themselves. However, countless others started detonating themselves as well. Master Tian was stunned. One after the other started detonating themselves, and countless waves of energy erupted like volcanoes at Master Tian's group. Master Tian's group weren't the only ones who were stunned. Yang Yi and Nanjing were stunned too. Self-detonation? All of them had chosen to detonate themselves. Self-detonation was no joke. It would lead to absolute obliteration. Yet they had actually chosen to detonate themselves. The detonation of a single one of them was naturally no threat to Master Tian's group. After all, it was impossible for them to compare with the universe sprite who'd converged the energy of this large universe. But what if countless detonated themselves? Even Master Tian was visibly moved by this scene. Not to mention the current state he was in, it would be difficult for him to resist even at his prime. Suddenly, the 9 undead warriors appeared before Master Tian, and then they took a step forward and swung their sabers. Hiss, 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 hiss. 9 rays of saber energy flashed. Everywhere they passed, everything was sliced open. However, too many were detonating themselves, so the converged force of this was absolutely impossible for them to slice apart in an instant. In an instant, Master Tian's group were enveloped by the force of the explosions. Bang! Bang! Explosions resounded incessantly. However, the self-detonations didn't end. One after the other were still charging at Master Tian's group and detonating themselves. Only the sounds of explosions resounded incessantly throughout the world. Chapter 2265 Don't Disturb Me. Chapter 2265 Don't Disturb Me. These explosions continued for almost 2 hours. It was a huge amount of time that they'd bought for Yang Yi and Nanjing. At this moment, Nanjing had recovered by almost 90% with the help of Yang Yi's primordial violet energy. As for Yang Yi, while he wasn't fully healed, he was in a much better state. But he was still extremely weak, and he had less than 30% of his full strength. Meanwhile, the surroundings were gradually calming down. Master Tian and the undead warriors were still there. However, Master Tian's body gradually turned ethereal before Yang Yi and Nanjing, and he vanished completely in the end. If the universe sprite hadn't detonated herself earlier, perhaps Master Tian would have been able to resist these explosions. However, had been heavily injured by the universe sprite, so how could he resist the self-detonation of so many experts? Master Tian had vanished, but the 9 undead warriors were still alive. All 9 of them were supporting themselves with their sabers. Obviously, they were severely injured. Visit freeweb.com for the best novel reading experience. Their strength could be described as extremely terrifying as they'd been able to survive from those explosions. It could be said that if Yang Yi didn't use his sword domain, then it would be very difficult for him to kill any one of them in single combat. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up slowly and took Nanjing's hand. Let's go. They turned around and walked away. The 9 undead warriors didn't try to stop them. While Yang Yi and Nanjing weren't in very good states themselves, the undead warriors were in even worse states. If they fought Yang Yi and Nanjing now, there would only be a single outcome. Both sides would perish together. Once Yang Yi and Nanjing left, the 9 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and were about to start recuperating. However, a phantom suddenly appeared here. The 9 of them reacted very quickly. They instantly converged together and swung their sabers. Hiss! 9 rays of saber energy flashed. At this moment, their saber energy was much weaker than it had been, but it still wasn't weak. However, the phantom ignored their saber energy and just flashed through space. Hiss! 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 In an instant, 4 heads just suddenly flew up into the air. Instant annihilation. 4 undead warriors had been killed with a single attack. The phantom planned to attack again, but a pitch-black finger suddenly emerged from within space, and it instantly descended from above the phantom. Meanwhile, the phantom's figure shook and vanished. The finger hit nothing but air. Retreat. A voice resounded. It belonged to the patriarch of the undying race, Feng Yihan. The 5 remaining undead warriors bowed toward the sky and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, in the battlefield down below, only around 300 of the 600 undying cavalries remained. As for the spirits of the void spirit race, all of them had vanished. The undying cavalry had won the battle. Once they heard Feng Yihan's voice, Dugu Juetian, leader of the undying cavalry, immediately led them away. The space where void spirit continent used to be fell completely silent once more. However, the battle far away in space was still going on. Yang Yi and in Nanjing entered the boundless reaches of space and traveled to the endless black holes. However, as soon as they arrived there, a phantom suddenly flashed before them. And Nanjing's expression changed, and she slammed her spear down. Bang! And Nanjing was blasted away with her spear. A moment later, Yang Yi felt coldness strike his neck, and it shocked him. He was about to activate the sword domain when a muffled explosion resounded. An instant later, the phantom was over 3 kilometers away. Suddenly, another ray of dark light descended upon the phantom. Bang! That expanse of space exploded apart and was obliterated, but the phantom had vanished. Yang Yi looked up at space. Obviously, Tianxiu had helped him. He was about to speak when Tianxiu's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Be careful, be careful. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and he fell silent for a moment before going over to Nanjing's side, and the latter spoke solemnly. What was that? Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I don't know. However, it was clearly not someone from the undying race. And Nanjing nodded. If it was an expert of the undying race, they would be dead. Obviously, it wasn't someone from the undying race. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweb.ovl.com to experience faster update speed. So, they had a new problem. Who was that? Who in this world possessed such strength? Yang Yi shook his head and restrained his thoughts. Forget that person. Let's go. Yang Yi led in Nanjing to the door of light that led to the undying race, and then they entered it. The undying race. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the homeworld of the undying race. At this moment, it was deathly silent, and without even a trace of spirit energy. The large universe had been destroyed, and so had this place. Yang Yi closed his eyes and released his divine sense. It only took a moment for him to finish scanning the surroundings. A short while later, Yang Yi looked toward the side. That way. Let's go. They were about to leave once he finished speaking. They suddenly looked toward the side. A group was shooting over rapidly. They were led by the 5 undead warriors, and the remaining undying cavalry and Dugu Juetian were behind them. Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly. However, Dugu Juetian's group didn't attack them. They just shot off toward the side, and there was a slightly solemn expression on their faces. Dugu Juetian glanced at Yang Yi when they passed by, and her eyes had ghastly killing intent in them. But she didn't attack. It didn't take long for them to vanish from Yang Yi and in Nanjing's fields of vision. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. What's going on? And Nanjing shook her head slightly. They seem like they're in a hurry, and only 5 of those 9 undead warriors are left. Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly looked to the side. A phantom was flickering incessantly like a ghost over 3 kilometers away. And Nanjing and Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and their faces gradually turned solemn. It was the same phantom which had attacked them just now. Based on the current situation, the phantom had pursued the experts of the undying race all the way here. Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and both of them were extremely shocked. Yang Yi fell silent for quite some time before he said, "Forget it. Let's go." He led Nanjing into the distance. Meanwhile, the phantom didn't go afar Yang Yi and Nanjing, and it just floated there before vanishing after some time passed. Yang Yi and Nanjing arrived at an underground pavilion. It was a gloomy and extremely dark pavilion. The Tomb of Gods. It was the place where the undying race imprisoned the peak experts from all the races it had conquered. Yang Yi's objective was to look for Yang Wudi. Previously, this place was guarded by the experts of the undying race, and it was even the undead warriors who were in charge of it. Yet now, no one was guarding it anymore. So, they got in with absolute ease. The two of them went forward all the way, and it didn't take long for them to suddenly stop. There was a translucent casket on their left, and a middle-aged man laid within it. The middle-aged man had a peaceful expression like he was sleeping. The man wasn't Yang Wudi, and the only reason Yang Yi had stopped was that he sensed sword intent from the man. Moreover, the man had a sword in his arms. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked over to it. There were some words atop the casket: Immortal Undertaker, the patriarch of the immortal spirit race, possesses godly attainments in the sword Tao and capable of slaughtering immortals with a single swing. Godly. Yang Yi frowned when he saw that. Few were able to be worthy of such a word, and at the very least, he still couldn't. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and looked toward the other side. There was another casket there, and a woman laid within it. Similarly, there were words atop the casket: Fantianine, guardian of the Southern Melody race. With a zither in hand, her music can annihilate all das. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he saw a few more caskets. All of them had introductions on them. Yang Yi had a rough guess toward their strengths at this point. They were probably at the true Tao realm. As for their combat strength, perhaps they were merely inferior to the patriarch of the undying race and void spirit maiden when both of them were at their prime. As for the gap between them, it was absolutely not huge. They were the Peel experts of other universes. Of course, the most terrifying was the undying race. The undying race had conquered too many universes, and after Yang Yi came into contact with them, had gained a deep understanding of how strong they were. Moreover, he wasn't even facing them at their prime. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and shook his head. "Let's go." And Nanjing and him continued forward. It didn't take long for them to stop simultaneously. There was a casket not too far away from them, and a person was lying within it. It was Yang Wudi. Yang Yi took a deep breath and walked over with Nanjing. He placed his right hand on the lid and circulated his profound energy. It didn't take long for the casket to turn ethereal. There's death energy within him. Meanwhile, Nanjing spoke abruptly. The death energy fills him, and it has put him in a state of suspended animation. Yang Yi nodded, and then he placed his right palm on Yang Wudi's chest. After that, primordial violet energy surged incessantly into Yang Wudi's body. Primordial violet energy could be said to be the counter of death energy. Without it, Yang Yi would really be helpless against the death energy within Yang Wudi. Just like that, the death energy within Yang Wudi was gradually disintegrated by the primordial violet energy. A long time passed before the death energy had been cleared completely, but Yang Wudi didn't wake up. What's going on? Yang Yi gazed at Nanjing. The latter frowned and didn't know what was wrong either. Suddenly, Nanjing said, "Look at his chest." Yang Yi looked over, and he noticed a letter on Yang Wudi's chest. At this moment, it floated out slowly. Yang Yi opened it, and he was stunned on the spot when he read it. The words in the letter read, "Don't disturb me. I'm with your mother." Chapter 2266, All of You Will Die. Chapter 2266, All of You Will Die. Yang Yi was stunned on the spot, and it was like Head lost his soul. At this moment, he finally understood why Yang Wudi hadn't woken up. Yang Wudi sought death. Yang Wudi had chosen to die. No one could save someone who wanted to die. Actually, if it wasn't for Yang Yi, Yang Wudi may have chosen to die a long time ago. The reason Head lived until now was because he was worried about Yang Yi. But now that Head seen that Yang Yi had grown up, He had no further desire to live. When he fell into the hands of the undying race, he knew that maybe Yang Yi would come to save him one day, so Head left that letter behind. Actually, he would die even without the undying race. Yang Yi knelt down slowly while tears suddenly covered his face. Visit freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. Once upon a time, he hated his father whom Head never met. As far as he was concerned, his mother would be alive if it wasn't for his father. So, he had the desire to kill that father whom Head never met. But he was wrong, absolutely wrong. Some love could not be seen with the eye. The man before him had done too much for him without saying a word, and he loved both Yang Yi and Yang Ye's mother. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Wudi, and she felt sincere admiration to the man within the casket. The man before her could have gone much further and lived much longer, but he didn't choose any of that. All because the woman he loved was dead. His love was moving. How many in the world could do that? Yang Wudi's strength was inferior to the unfettered one, but he was the only person the unfettered one admired. That was why he hadn't killed Yang Wudi, even when he could. Moreover, Head even used his sword energy to protect Yang Wudi's corpse. He was a true man. A long time passed before Yang Yi stood up slowly, and then he placed Yang Wudi's corpse within the primordial pagoda. And Nanjing spoke softly, "Don't be sad." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I'm not sad because his choice is a form of release and happiness to him." Yang Yi suddenly took in Nanjing's hand and said, "If it wasn't for all of you, my life would be meaningless too." She tightened her grip on his hand and didn't say a word. "Let's go." Yang Yi was about to leave within Nanjing when the latter suddenly said, "Why don't you use your violet energy to revive the experts here and use them to annihilate the undying race?" Yang Yi was about to speak when their expressions changed, and then they vanished on the spot. They were outside the tomb of gods when they appeared again, and a towering palm descended upon the tomb and obliterated it. It was gone. The entire tomb and all the experts within it had been obliterated. Yang Yi shot a glance into the sky. Obviously, someone didn't want them to revive the experts in the tomb. It made sense because if all of them came together, it would really not be difficult for them to annihilate the undying race. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do that. It was truly a pity. Yang Yi shook his head, but it didn't take long for him to feel that it wasn't really a huge pity. Those people had been sealed there for countless years, so even if they were revived, their strength would definitely not be what it used to be. Moreover, it was difficult to know how they would react. Perhaps he would be the first they killed after they were revived. After all, he had a precious treasure like the primordial pagoda, and it was perfect for recovering from injuries. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly asked, "Where do we go now? Where do we go now?" Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Tianxiu and Feng Yihan were still fighting in that distant battlefield of theirs. Help? Yang Yi couldn't help at all in a battle of that level. Not to mention in his current state, he couldn't interfere even when he was at his prime. Unless he could ignite his intents again, then he may be able to be of slight help. But now, he could only watch. And Nanjing suddenly said, "We have to leave." "Leave?" Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "It's not that easy. And we can't." Presently, the teleportation formation had been closed, so the only way to get through was to reactivate it. But Yang Yi didn't have the ability to do so. No one in the large universe could do it because there was no spirit energy left here. Since they couldn't use the teleportation formation, then tear through space, both Yang Yi and Nanjing didn't possess the strength for that. And Nanjing fell silent too. They had no way forward or back now. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then the entire city started to shake. "How dare you!" A furious shout resounded, and then a strand of black energy flashed down from the sky. Meanwhile, a black whip shot up into the sky and slammed against it. Bang! If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweb OVL.com to experience faster update speed. The whip shot back where it came from, and the black energy was obliterated. Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "We must leave the undying race's territory." They vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, but right when they were about to leave, the portal to the large universe vanished. Yang Yi frowned. He looked behind him, and explosions were resounding incessantly far within the city. A battle. There was a battle over there. And Nanjing spoke solemnly. I don't think they closed it because of us. It should be because of that phantom from before. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? And Nanjing said, if it was just us, they wouldn't have to do that. Their strength is still sufficient to annihilate us. Their true target is that phantom. However, who is that phantom and why did that phantom attack both the undying race and us? Yang Yi shook his head. He was puzzled about that too. The phantom hadn't just attacked the undying race, it had attacked them too. In other words, it wanted to annihilate the undying race and them. Who was it? Yang Yi couldn't figure it out. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. Come, let's go over and have a look. And Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi, and he spoke softly. Let's see who that is. In any case, we can't leave now. And Nanjing thought for a moment and nodded. They vanished on the spot, and it didn't take them long to arrive at the undead tower. At this moment, the 5 undead warriors stood there with their sabers in hand, and the undead cavalry stood behind them. However, only less than 200 of the undying cavalry remained now, and there were almost 60 corpses before the tower. Besides that, Yang Yi noticed that there was a formation below them. It was formed from countless strands of black energy, death energy. The formation was ceaselessly producing death energy that converged into the 5 undead warriors, allowing their injuries and aura to improve tremendously. However, they weren't at their peak. Yang Yi thought for a moment as he watched from afar. He had no doubt of the phantom's strength, but if the undead warriors were at their peak, it would be very, very difficult to kill them. Not to mention the undead warriors. If he was still in the state where his intents had been ignited, he wouldn't fear the phantom either. Yet now, perhaps Void's spirit maiden and the patriarch of the undying race were the only existences in the large universe who could suppress the phantom. The phantom's figure was faintly visible and kept flickering, and the phantom had a whip in its grasp. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn open resounded, and then a whip tore through space and shot at the undead warriors. Slash! A voice resounded, and then all 5 of them swung their sabers. Hiss! Their saber energy merged into one and shot forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the saber energy exploded apart. But the whip didn't vanish, and it shot toward the undead warriors. Break! Suddenly, Dugu Juishan's voice resounded, and then numerous spears suddenly tore through the air and shot at both the whip and the phantom. The spears were like a storm, and it was extremely terrifying. The phantom raised its right hand slightly and swept it horizontally. In an instant, the whip rose like a dragon and formed countless whip images in the air. It was like a dance of dragons in the sky. The spears were obliterated before the whip images, and then a huge whip image slammed down from above. Its target was the undying cavalry, but the undead warriors suddenly appeared in the air. They shook in a row, and then they simultaneously drew their sabers and slashed. Meanwhile, countless strands of death energy converged to them from beneath their feet. Hiss! 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 The saber energy tore through the air and shot at the whip in succession. Bang! 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 Rumbling explosions resounded incessantly. A few breaths of time later, the phantom vanished on the spot, and then the 5 strands of saber energy exploded apart before a whip swept at the undead warriors. Bang! 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 In an instant, all 5 of them were blasted away. The whip descended. Bang! The huge formation on the ground exploded apart and transformed into dust. Dugu Juetyin stared at the phantom. Who are you? The phantom flipped its right palm, and the whip returned to the phantom. The phantom gazed at Dugu Juetyin and the others, and then an icy cold voice resounded. You're not welcome over there. All of you will die. Chapter 2267 They're dead. All of them. Chapter 2267 They're dead. All of them. Over there? Yang Yi instantly frowned when he heard the phantom, but it didn't take long for him to understand what the phantom meant. Over there. The initial race. Presently, Everyone from the large universe and the undying race were rushing over to the universe where the initial race resided. So, what did the arrival of this phantom represent? It represented that the initial race was aware of the situation here, but their attitude toward it was refusal. They refused to accept the arrival of all these people. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and his expression turned extremely unsightly. Elder Yuan and the others had entered the teleportation formation. Visit freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. They were in danger. Meanwhile, Dugu Juetian and the others' expressions were extremely unsightly too. Master Gue was the only expert of the undying race who'd gone over. So, if the experts of the initial race targeted them, and the rest of them who still remained in the large universe couldn't get over in time, then fate that awaited those already in the initial race's universe was obvious. In the beginning, they had allowed their people to go over first for another reason, and it was because they were confident in their ability to quickly deal with the Void Spirit Maiden and rush over to the initial race's universe. However, Yang Ye's sudden arrival, and the self-detonation of the universe sprite, and all those experts from the large universe was unexpected to them. As for this phantom before them, it was something they had never expected. The undying race's true experts were being kept busy here, so the others in the initial race's universe were absolutely incapable of fighting the initial race. A hopeless situation. At this moment, the undying race and Yang Ye's side had fallen into a hopeless situation. Suddenly, the phantom vanished, and it was in front of the undead warriors when it appeared again. In an instant, countless whip images enveloped them, and saber energy flickered within them. However, the undead warriors were no match for the phantom now. So, they were blasted away as soon as they clashed. If it wasn't for the help of their patriarch, they would have perished by now. As for the remaining undying cavalry, they were no match for the phantom. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. Tianxiu. He could only wait for Tianxiu now, and the undying race could only wait for their patriarch. They were the only existences in this large universe who could restrain the phantom now. Of course, Yang Yi was more worried about Elder Yuan's group Hood, gone to the initial race's universe. High above in space. At this moment, the battlefield was like an expanse of death. There was no matter here, and ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to survive here at all. There was no air, space, or energy here. Everything had been destroyed. However, two people were here, and they were Feng Yihan and Tianxiu. Feng Yihan stopped attacking, and so did Tianxiu. Experts at their level would take weeks to decide on a victory, and it would take even longer to decide on life and death. Feng Yihan held a scroll in his hand as he looked down. Do you want Yang Yi and that woman to die? Tianxiu glanced at them and fell silent. Feng Yihan continued, Void Spirit Maiden, if we continue, everyone down there will die, including them. You decide. He closed his eyes once he finished speaking. If they continued, then with Void Spirit Maiden keeping him busy, he couldn't save the undying race at all. So, practically all the experts below would die. However, Void Spirit Maiden wouldn't be able to save Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Now, it all depended on Yang Yi and in Nanjing's status in her heart, and that would decide the fate of countless. Tianxiu closed her eyes and fell silent. A long time passed before Tianxiu looked down at the remnants of Void Spirit Continent. The myriad of living beings throughout my Void Spirit Continent are dead, and they can't die in vain. However, she looked down at the phantom and the others there. We'll deal with the enmity between us later. Let's kill that person first. Feng Yihan glanced at her and replied, All right. Both of them vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the phantom looked up abruptly, and then the whip shot up into the air. In an instant, the sky was covered in whip images. However, as soon as a ray of dark light and black light descended, the whip images were obliterated. However, the phantom had vanished without a trace. It had fled. At the instant Void Spirit Maiden and Feng Yihan joined forces, the phantom knew that it had to leave. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweb OVL.com to experience faster update speed. Any one of them was capable of killing the phantom, and their joint forces could kill the phantom with absolute ease. However, Tianxiu and Feng Yihan didn't stop. A ray of dark light and a strand of death energy tore through the air and shot after the phantom. Bang! Bang! Two loud explosions resounded from far away in space, and then that expanse of space was obliterated. Countless rays of starlight were instantly devoured, and an expanse of pitch black was formed. Just like that, a long time passed before it returned to calm once more. Meanwhile, Tianxiu appeared in front of Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Yang Yi was about to speak when she waved her right hand, and they vanished on the spot. Once they left, Feng Yihan appeared before the undead warriors and the others. All of them bowed to Feng Yihan. Feng Yihan glanced at the surroundings and said, "The others should be in trouble. All of you go over and lend them a hand. Try your best to protect as many as you can." Dugu Jueyin suddenly asked, "What about you?" Feng Yihan shook his head slightly. "I can't leave. There has to be an end to the enmity from all those years ago." Dugu Jueyin immediately knelt down. "We're willing to, fool." Feng Yihan's face turned cold. "If all of you stay, you will be of no help to me. But the others need your help right now, and even if they got to the initial race's universe safely, they can't survive without all of you. Remember that Namo Chinyan of the younger generation will be the next patriarch of our undying race over there. All of you must do your best to help him. Besides that, our undying race is far weaker than it was after experiencing the past calamity and this present calamity. So, if all of you survive, look for a place to develop peacefully. Go on." "Patriarch." All of them remained on their knees. Feng Yihan looked up at the sky. "No race can prosper forever. This is a challenge to our undying race, but it is an opportunity too. Go on. The others are waiting for you." Dugu Jueyin and the others made a deep and long kowtow to Feng Yihan, and then they agreed in unison. Meanwhile, Dugu Jueyin hesitated for a moment and said, "Patriarch, the portal has closed. We go to the initial continent." Feng Yihan spoke abruptly. "There's another teleportation formation there. It's a backup plan that the initial race left. It's activated from the initial race's new universe, so it doesn't require spirit energy from here. So long as that phantom from before hasn't left, the initial race won't close that portal. But Void Spirit Maiden, and I won't let that phantom step foot into that portal for now." Dugu Jueyin bowed to Feng Yihan again. "Take care, Patriarch." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished with the others. Feng Yihan looked up into the starry sky. No one wins. No one won. While the undying race had annihilated the void spirit race when it invaded, what was the price it paid? The undying race had suffered a severe blow, and most of its experts had perished. Moreover, it lost almost half its population too. The remaining half had been forced to enter into a state of suspended animation. It could be said that the undying race hadn't won that battle. Of course, the void spirit race hadn't won either. Both of them had lost. The undying race had fallen from the peak, and it fell into deep sleep for countless years. So, its strength was far inferior than what it had been during its prime, and it wasn't able to launch expeditions into other universes anymore. As for the void spirit race, it suffered a fate far worse. It had been annihilated. However, Void Spirit Maiden was alive. So, the enmity wasn't over. Void Spirit Maiden had made a compromise for Yang Ye's sake, but he was very well aware that the enmity between them wasn't over. So, even if he didn't want to fight her anymore, it made no difference now. Such enmity would only end with death. Feng Yihan closed his eyes slowly. Based on his strength, Void Spirit Maiden couldn't stop him from leaving. However, if he chose to do that, everyone from the undying race would die. So, he couldn't leave. Near the door of light in the endless black holes, 3 figures suddenly appeared there. It was Tianxiu, Yang Yi, and in Nanjing. Tianxiu kept her back toward Yang Yi as she said, "Go to initial continent. There's another teleportation formation there. You can go to the other universe through there." "What about you?" Yang Yi walked over to her. "Aren't you leaving?" She shook her head. Yang Yi wanted to say more, but she suddenly looked him in the eyes. "Live. Everyone wants to live. But what about revenge for the myriad of living beings from my void spirit race? Am I just supposed to forget it? You have your choice and things you persist on, and I have my own. I live with a single objective, and it is revenge." Yang Yi shook his head. Tianxiu. Yang Yi. She suddenly shouted angrily and looked him in the eyes with a pair of slightly red eyes. Do you know that I've already made a compromise with the undying race just for you? Otherwise, I could have let all of them die today. However, I made a compromise to their patriarch for you, and I let them go. What else do you want from me? Yang Yi was stunned. Tianxiu closed her eyes slowly. Go on. The initial race doesn't welcome the living beings of this large universe of the undying race, and that's why they sent an expert over here to kill us all. Once you arrive there, you'll definitely encounter danger. You may still be in time to avoid it if you rush over now. As for the affairs over here, Yang Yi suddenly spoke softly. I just want you to stay alive. Her hands behind her back trembled slightly, and then she shook her head and looked up into the sky. Everyone from my race is dead. All of them. All of them died before me. Tianxiu turned around and left once she finished speaking. End of Book 19. Chapter 2268 Renowned Before His Arrival. Chapter 2268 Renowned Before His Arrival. Book 20. The other universe Tianxiu had left. She vanished into the distance while Yang Yi and Nanjing watched. Yang Yi held Nanjing's hand tightly while his heart hurt to the extreme. He really didn't want her to make that choice. But just as Tianxiu had said, everyone had their own choices, and that was her choice. And Nanjing spoke softly. Let's go. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he took her hand and left. Right after they left, Tianxiu appeared nearby. She seemed to be lost in thought as she watched them leave. Visit freeweb.com for the best novel reading experience. Snowy, Yang Yi. If she had any other ties left in this world, then it would definitely be Yang Yi and Snowy. A long time passed before Tianxiu shook her head slightly and spoke softly. Will we be able to meet again? Perhaps. She turned around and vanished into space. The initial continent. Yang Yi and Nanjing arrived at the initial continent. Sure enough, there was a towering pillar of light in the huge city on the continent, and it was a portal. The phantom had entered the large universe through it. Yang Yi glanced behind him. Presently, the large universe was covered in desolation, and it wasn't the same large universe he once knew. As for the living beings of the large universe, while some still remained throughout the large universe, only death remained for them. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant, and then he suddenly raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. A sword howl suddenly resounded through the sky, and then it rippled toward the surroundings. At the same time, a voice resounded with it, "Come here, come here." Just 2 words. Once he finished saying that, Yang Yi took Nanjing's hand and walked into the huge pillar of light. Everyone who heard these words throughout the large universe rushed madly in the direction of the initial continent. In the teleportation formation, Yang Yi held Nanjing's hands. White light mixed with lightning flickered all around them. Both of their minds were very clear at this moment, and they could clearly sense everything around them. Yang Yi spoke softly. I hope Elder Yuan and the others are fine. And Nanjing spoke solemnly. They? Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. The initial race clearly had a very good understanding of everything that was going on here. That's why they sent their forces over here when the undying race and our large universe were in battle. Besides that, the phantom from before said that we're not welcome over there. So, Yang Yi spoke softly, so they are probably dead, right? And Nanjing didn't say anything. Yang Yi looked up. The ends of his vision were still filled with lightning and white light. He couldn't see the end of this teleportation formation at all. Meanwhile, Nanjing spoke softly. I wonder what the other universe is like. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. I don't know, but we'll find out very soon. Just like that, a few days passed before everything in their vision started to turn ethereal. The white and lightning gradually became scarcer, and they were replaced by specks of starlight. They knew that they were about to arrive on the other side. Yang Yi had been healing like a madman throughout this time, and with the help of his primordial violet energy, he had practically recovered. However, his slaughter intent and sword intent were gone. Completely gone. He didn't really care about his slaughter intent and sword intent as he didn't really rely on it anymore. He relied more on his cultivation and sword domain. While he hadn't advanced into the progenitor realm during the previous battle, he felt that he was at the verge of it. It was like a cup filled to the brim, and just another droplet, just the smallest droplet, would cause the water in the cup to overflow. He was just that close to the progenitor realm. So long as he could take that final step, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly said, "Look." Yang Yi looked up, and he saw two figures at the end of his vision. There were people there. Moreover, these two people were rushing in their direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive before Yang Yi and Nanjing. It was two middle-aged men. They weren't very strong and merely at the sage realm. However, their auras were deep. Obviously, they were sages who hadn't relied on any external forces to get where they were. Meanwhile, one of the middle-aged men suddenly stopped, sized up Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then said, "You're from the large universe?" Yang Yi and Nanjing nodded. "Very good." The middle-aged man asked, "Do you know Yang Yi?" Yang Yi and Nanjing were quite stunned, and Yang Yi glanced at the middle-aged man. "You know Yang Yi?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "I ask, you answer. Understand?" Yang Yi frowned, and Nanjing said, "Why are you looking for Yang Yi?" The middle-aged man gazed at Nanjing. "Did I let you speak?" Nanjing frowned slightly, and then a spear tore through the air. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and a spear appeared in his grasp too. An instant later, it stabbed against Burning Fury. Bang! Burning Fury blasted open the man's spear and pierced through his chest. Hiss! The middle-aged man's figure instantly stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing. She really has a bad temper. You? Meanwhile, the other middle-aged man gazed at Nanjing with astonishment. At this moment, he was simply flabbergasted. Just one attack. The woman before him had actually killed a sage with a single attack. That was also the reason why he hadn't fled. It was because he couldn't escape someone with her strength. Nanjing gazed at the middle-aged man. "Why are you looking for Yang Yi?" Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and was extremely curious. The middle-aged glanced at Yang Yi and Nanjing, and then he spoke softly. "He has the treasures of my initial race." "The treasures of your initial race?" Yang Yi frowned. "What the heck? When did he possess the treasures of your initial race?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Nanjing suddenly spoke coldly. "Do you want to die?" The middle-aged man glanced at Nanjing with a little fear in his eyes and hesitated for a moment before he said, "The primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, and primordial acts of creation." Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. "How do you know that he has those treasures?" The middle-aged man replied, "The elders said so." Nanjing asked, "And how do they know?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "I don't know." Nanjing wanted to ask more, but Yang Yi shook his head. "I know how they know." Nanjing gazed at him, and he spoke via voice transmission. "I went to the initial continent and obtained the Samadhi flame there, and I met someone from the initial race there too. That person knew about the fact that the primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, and primordial acts of creation are with me." Nanjing frowned once more. In this way, trouble was already coming for Yang Yi before he even got there. Moreover, there may be even more trouble coming. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Do you know about the undying race?" The middle-aged man nodded. "We do." Yang Yi asked, "The experts of your initial race are coming over to annihilate the undying race, right?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "It isn't just for the undying race, it's for Yang Yi too." "For Yang Yi too? Why?" Yang Yi was very puzzled. "Is your initial race afraid of him?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Of course not. However, my initial race has to fear those three treasures he possesses, especially the primordial acts of creation. Actually, my initial race isn't the only one. The 3 sects and 6 clans are probably aware of it too. I believe it won't be long before their experts rush over too." Yang Yi felt speechless. "The initial race sent the two of you?" And Nanjing suddenly said, "Allow me to be honest. Both of you are very weak." The middle-aged man's face became quite unsightly. "Don't you know how to be a little easier on people?" The middle-aged man was quite angry, but he didn't dare to say anything about it. He glanced at Nanjing and said, "W came on our own. J just to gather some information. But we never expected." Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Is the patriarch of your initial race strong?" The middle-aged man revealed a wisp of pride on his face. "Of course, our patriarch is a peak true Dao realm expert. Have you ever heard of the true Dao realm? I'm sure you haven't. Your large universe probably doesn't have such experts. Perhaps you don't even know that the true Dao realm exists, huh?" Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances, and then Yang Yi said, "Do you have many progenitors? How many progenitors does your initial race have?" A wisp of vigilance flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. "Why do you ask?" Meanwhile, burning fury suddenly started trembling in Nanjing's grasp, and it caused the middle-aged man's expression to change. He hesitated for a moment and hurriedly said, "I don't know the exact amount, but there should be over a dozen." Over a dozen. Yang Yi felt relieved. At this moment, he had a rough understanding of the initial race's strength. The initial race wasn't full of progenitor and true Dao realm experts. Strictly speaking, the initial race wasn't much stronger than the undying race. Of course, it was in comparison to the undying race before it suffered such losses. If the undying race was at its prime, the initial race would seem even weaker. Of course, the undying race was absolutely inferior to the initial race now. Moreover, the middle-aged man couldn't be fully trusted. Every race had its own resources and reserves. Just like the undying race, no one knew the undying race had experts like the undead warriors and Xiaolu before the battle. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. And Nanjing was about to attack, but a powerful aura suddenly swept over, and the entire spatial passageway became unstable before the aura. An instant later, a man appeared before Yang Yi and Nanjing. Yang Yi's expression changed when he saw the man. "You." Chapter 2269, The Most Difficult Thing in Life, Surviving. Chapter 2269, The Most Difficult Thing in Life, Surviving. Yang Yi had met the man before him. It was the man had met on Initial Continent that day, and it was this man who told him that he had the primordial acts of creation within him. Yang Yi became vigilant. The man before him knew of his ability. The man gazed at Yang Yi first, and a wisp of surprise flashed through his eyes. No one here spoke a word, and the atmosphere here became quite tense. A short while later, the man said, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "If I'm not wrong, you're here to look for me, right?" "Yes." The man didn't conceal it and nodded. "Allow me to be honest, the primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, and primordial acts of creation belong to my initial race. So, can you return them?" Visit freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. Return them. Yang Yi chuckled. "According to my knowledge, they don't belong to the initial race, do they?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "So you intend to keep them by force?" Yang Yi looked the man in the eyes. "So you plan to take them by force?" The man spoke indifferently. "I advise you to return them. Otherwise, both of you will probably not be able to leave this passageway." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy descended from above the man. Bang! He was instantly blasted far away. Once he stopped himself, his hands shook violently, and they were covered in cracks. Head used his hands to forcefully resist Yang Yi's attack just now. Yang Yi took a step forward and looked the man in the eyes. "You're threatening me?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yang Yi, I know you're arrogant and haughty, but if you don't hand them over, you'll die a graveless death. Not only you, even everyone else who comes over with you will be annihilated." Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. An instant later, he appeared above the man, and then his sword descended. The sword domain. In an instant, Yang Yi was separated from this passageway, and he was in his own independent world. The man had clearly realized how terrifying this sword domain was, and his eyes opened wide while disbelief filled them. "I am possible." Hiss! The man's body was instantly sliced into two. Blood and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. And Nanjing glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Jinger, this world is too brutal and filled with helpless situations. If you're weak, you die. If you have treasures, you die too because others will try to take them from you. I want to live a peaceful life with my loved ones, a life away from the strife of the world. However, this world doesn't allow it. You know, at this point, I've noticed that the most difficult thing in this world is actually survival. It's too difficult to survive. And Nanjing remained silent. Survival? Since he started his journey on Profounder Continent, how many had died? Too many. The entire large universe had perished now, and countless had perished with it. Survival was a very difficult thing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a deep breath. I've figured it out. I want to live in this world, and I want all of you to live well too. So, I'll annihilate everyone who tries to kill us. As soon as he finished speaking, he took in Nanjing's hand and vanished into the distance. The large universe. At this moment, the large universe was an expanse of death, and it was dying rapidly at a visible rate. Meanwhile, two extraordinary experts were fighting intensely here. They were Tian Xiao and Feng Yihan, of course. It could be said that they were the last two living people here. No, there was someone else. A phantom stood silently somewhere down below, and he gazed at the distant battlefield in silence. It was the expert from the initial race. He did want to leave, he just couldn't. If he dared to move, he would suffer the joint attack of those two peerless experts. If that happened, he would have no chance to survive. Both Tian Xiao and the Undying Race's patriarch didn't allow the phantom to leave. Because if he left and caught up to Yang Yes group or Dugu Juishan's group, their strength wasn't enough to stop the phantom. So, both Tian Xiao and Feng Yihan were constantly paying attention to the phantom. The phantom was aware of that too, so he didn't dare to leave. He could only wait until an outcome was decided in the battle. A long time later, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared by the phantom's side. The old man glanced at the phantom and said, "The initial race's Ling Su." His voice carried a trace of solemnness. The phantom, Ling Su, glanced at the old man and remained silent. The old man said, "I didn't expect your initial race to send you." Ling Su suddenly said, "I too didn't expect the Grand Elder of the martial sect to come himself." The old man chuckled. "Since we're formed in agreement, my martial sect naturally has to do its best. But I never expected that this large universe would be annihilated before we could even do anything." Ling Su spoke indifferently. "Your true objective is those divine treasures, right, Elder Wu Li?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Aren't you the same?" Ling Su fell silent for a long time and said, "I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. That person has left this place." The white-haired old man frowned. "And you didn't go after him?" Ling Su pointed at the battlefield. "I can't." Wu Li looked up, and then a solemn expression appeared on his face. "They're really strong." His voice was filled with seriousness. Suddenly, space trembled before them, and then a white figure appeared there. It was a woman. Unfortunately, her appearance was impossible to discern. However, based on her figure, she was definitely drop-dead gorgeous. "White Empress of White Emperor City." The old man spoke solemnly. "I didn't expect you to come too." His voice was filled with seriousness and fear. Ling Su suddenly said, "Are you here for those 3 divine treasures too?" She replied indifferently, "Can I?" Ling Su spoke solemnly. "They belong to my initial race." The White Empress replied, "It's mine if it's in my hands." Ling Zu's face fell. "What's the meaning of this?" She suddenly turned around. "You don't have the right to speak to me. So, just fuck off." Hiss. The space beside Ling Su suddenly tore open, and powerful energy rippled out incessantly. "Want to fight?" She ridiculed. "Ling Su, looks like attaining the true Dao realm has made you very confident. Allow me to tell you that if you dare to take just one step forward, they'll kill you, and your initial race will lose a true Dao realm expert." Ling Su fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "How could I dare to attack you? Please feel free to do as you please. Farewell." He turned around with the intent of leaving. However, as soon as he did that, 2 terrifying auras enveloped him. It was the auras of Tian Xiao and the Undying Race's patriarch. Ling Su stopped while an extremely unsightly expression appeared on his face. He hesitated for a moment and didn't dare to leave in the end. Meanwhile, the White Empress looked up into the space and spoke softly. "That's the Void Spirit Maiden who was once invincible?" Wu Li replied, "Indeed." The White Empress watched the battle for a long time and spoke softly. "She deserves her reputation. I didn't come here for nothing. Unfortunately, she isn't at her prime. What a pity." She transformed into a ray of white light that vanished on the spot. Wu Li spoke softly. "I didn't expect her to come too. Who wouldn't want those 3 treasures?" Ling Su continued, "But her true objective is probably not just those 3 treasures." Wu Li smiled. "She probably came to have a look at Void Spirit Maiden. It's normal because White Empress is a rare genius in our universe, and she's practically unmatched amongst female experts. Now that the Void Spirit Maiden has reappeared, she naturally wanted to take a look. Unfortunately, Void Spirit Maiden isn't at her prime." He gazed at Ling Su and continued, "Ling Su, I'm afraid your initial race won't be able to take all those treasures for yourselves." Ling Su replied indifferently, "The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Let's wait and see." Wu Li grinned, "Then we shall. Yang Yi should be over in our universe now, so farewell." He vanished on the spot. Only Ling Su remained here. Of course, Void Spirit Maiden and the Undying Race's patriarch were there too. In the teleportation passageway, a group was rushing forward madly. It was Elder Yuan's group. A long time passed before Elder Yuan suddenly said, "We've arrived." As soon as he said that, they looked up, and they saw a pitch-black vortex at the end of their vision. It didn't take long for them to enter it. Around 10 minutes later, they left the passageway and arrived on a plains. A huge black vortex stood behind them. After they descended to the ground, there was no joy on their faces, because they saw an old man with a cane and 5 other black-robed figures standing before them. Elder Yuan and the others' faces fell when they saw these people. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "You are from the large universe?" Elder Yuan nodded. "Yes." The old man said, "According to the information I received, one group of you is from the Undying Race, and the others are close friends of Yang Yi. The Undying Race has left, so you should be Yang Yi's friends." Yang Yi, Elder Yuan, and the others frowned. They actually know about Yang Yi? Meanwhile, the old man suddenly took a step forward. "Unfortunately, Yang Yi didn't come through here. But it's fine because with all of you in our hands, he will come to my martial sect to look for you. I've spread the word that if Yang Yi doesn't come himself in a month from now, my martial sect will hang your heads outside my martial sect until he does come. Of course, you'll be safe until then." Elder Yuan gazed at Sky Maiden and the others. "All of you leave first." He was about to attack once he finished speaking, but the old man suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! An instant later, Elder Yuan was blasted away. A true Dao realm expert. Sky Maiden and the others' expressions changed. They hadn't expected the martial sect to actually send a true Dao realm expert. The old man glanced at them, and then he pressed his palm down. In an instant, a wave of invisible energy pressed down upon them. In an instant, all of them felt like invisible shackles had surrounded them and immobilized them. "Take them." The old man waved his hand. "They are a little too weak. If it wasn't for those 3 treasures, I wouldn't even spare them a glance." "Yes, Vice Sect Master." The 5 black-robed men spoke in unison. The old man nodded and was about to leave, but he suddenly looked to the right. "There's more?" As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared extremely far away to the right. At the moment he arrived there, the space nearby cracked open, and then a middle-aged man in cloud-white robes walked out from there. He was holding a sword. The middle-aged man glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at the old man. The old man glanced indifferently at the middle-aged man and said, "An ant from the large universe." He immediately waved his right hand, and a strand of powerful energy rippled forth. Chapter 2270 I'm Kind-Hearted. Chapter 2270 I'm Kind-Hearted. The energy was like a storm. Everywhere it passed, shocking ripples surged through space. After he did that, the old man turned around and walked away. He was beyond confident. However, a sword howl resounded, and then the old man stopped abruptly. He turned around, and he saw a ray of sword energy the instant he did that. A moment later, the energy he emanated had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the sword energy in his eyes rapidly grew in size and speed. Had never seen such a swift attack. It was so swift that he couldn't even dodge it. Hiss. Visit freeweb OVLCOM for the best novel reading experience. The sword energy shot through his chest, and he was instantly blasted far away. Bang! As soon as he descended to the ground, the old man slammed his cane into the ground. In an instant, the ground below him cracked open, and the powerful force of it stopped the old man from being pushed back even more. The old man glanced at his chest. There was a huge hole there, and a ray of sword energy was still flickering there. However, it was forcefully trapped by a ball of green light. Obviously, the ball of green light wasn't ordinary. The old man looked up at the middle-aged man, and his eyes were filled with fear. Deep fear, and a trace of terror. One attack. If he didn't have that defensive treasure, he would have been killed in an instant. Someone in this world could actually kill him in an instant, but he was a true Dao realm expert. The old man was beyond shocked. Such an expert actually existed in this world. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at the old man, and the latter's expression changed. "I'm the vice sect master of the martial sect. Please forgive me for my offense." He mentioned the martial sect to make the middle-aged man fear him. The martial sect? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "I've never heard of it." The old man was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man glanced at the ball of green light at the old man's chest. "That's quite interesting. Unfortunately, you're too weak." "You?" He suddenly looked toward the distant sky. "Huh? Interesting." He transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. But it didn't take long for quite an unsightly expression to appear on his face. Had been ignored. The middle-aged man had openly ignored him. As far as he was concerned, the middle-aged man hadn't killed him because the middle-aged man didn't take him seriously at all. It was no different than the decision to stomp on an ant. It didn't matter if a person stomped on the ant or not. Had been ignored. Ignored like a weakling. A long time passed before the old man took a deep breath. No matter what, had survived. Meanwhile, the green ball of light in his chest gradually turned ethereal and vanished. The old man's heart truly hurt from the sight of this. The green ball of light was a protective treasure Had spent a huge price to obtain, but it was gone, just like that. His heart was bleeding. Moreover, while Had escaped death, had been heavily injured, and it was an injury that would take at least a year or two to recuperate from. The primordial pagoda? The old man suddenly thought of the primordial pagoda. They say that it's a divine treasure for healing. If I had it, these injuries would take just a few days to heal. Moreover, Yang Yi still has the Bodhi tree and primordial acts of creation. The old man muttered, and then he vanished on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing were still in the passageway, but their expressions were quite unsightly. Especially Yang Yi. His face was covered in ghastly killing intent, because they had encountered quite a few experts until now. All of them were coming for him. A long time passed. Finally, a black vortex appeared ahead. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Be careful. If you want to read more chapters, please visit freeweb OVL.com to experience faster update speed. And Nanjing nodded. A moment later, they entered the vortex. Around 15 minutes later, they felt their feet touch the ground, and the surroundings were calm once more. They opened their eyes, and an extremely old man stood before them. The old man had snow-white hair, eyebrows that were so long they practically reached his chest, and deep wrinkles throughout his face. They simply seemed like they were carved with a blade. He was extremely old. That was Yang Yi and Nanjing's first impression of him. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and Nanjing. In the end, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. You're Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi just nodded and didn't try to conceal it. The old man nodded slightly. I'm the vice patriarch of the initial race. am here because we are aware of your strength, and ordinary people would only be like whetstones to you. So, in order to avoid unnecessary sacrifices, I've come myself. Yang Yi replied indifferently, and the old man glanced at Yang Yi. Two choices. 1. You hand those 3 treasures over yourself. 2. I kill you and take them myself. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. The spirit energy here was much denser than the large universe. Of course, the large universe wasn't much inferior. As for the current large universe, it couldn't compare to this universe at all. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, "If I hand them over, will your initial race let us live?" The old man replied indifferently, "Well, keep your corpses intact." "Why?" Yang Yi was astounded. "Don't you just want those treasures? Can't we keep our lives and just give them to you?" "How laughable." The old man replied indifferently, "Yang Yi, according to the information we received, you're quite an outstanding person. So how could you be so ignorant and laughable? Have you not heard of pulling out weeds by the root? My initial race never leaves potential troubles behind, especially when it's a genius with your talent. My initial race will never let you live, or you may bring unnecessary trouble to my race." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "In other words, giving it to you or not will still end in death." The old man replied, "You'll die an easier death if you hand it over." Yang Yi's lips curled up into a smile. "Are you not confident in yourself?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flashed through them. Yang Yi smiled. "You're a true Dao realm expert, so your strength isn't just a little stronger than us, but you didn't just attack. You're asking me to hand it over instead. Let me guess, what are you afraid of?" "Oh, it should be the primordial acts of creation, right?" The old man's face fell. The primordial acts of creation. The initial race had the best understanding of how terrifying it was. All those years ago, it had almost caused the initial race to suffer tremendous losses. Moreover, had personally witnessed what happened then. So, he was afraid. Of course, he was afraid of the primordial acts of creation and not Yang Yi. If Yang Yi disregarded everything and unsealed it, then he would have no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grinned. "There's no need to worry. I won't unseal it. I'm serious. I definitely won't." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "You'll be the first to die if you unseal it." "Indeed." Yang Yi smiled. "So why would I unseal it? Even if I die, I won't unseal it." The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Trying to scare me? How laughable." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Yang Yi and slammed his palm down. The powerful energy within his palm caused the space around Yang Yi to warm into an extreme arc. In that arc of space, an independent expanse of space had been formed, or it should be described as a dead expanse of space. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't rely on anything in this world, including the laws, spirit energy, and everything else. It had isolated him from the world. The world had become a cage. This was the special ability of true Dao realm experts. They could isolate others from the world, and it was no different than crippling the person's strength. Because people relied on the world, like the space, laws, spirit energy, and fire elements in the world. However, true Dao realm experts were capable of creating a dead expanse of space that isolated a person from the outside world. This was the difference between experts at the true Dao realm and below, and it was what made them terrifying. If Yang Yi was an ordinary sage, he would definitely die. Not to mention him, even ordinary progenitors would be incapable of resisting this ability of a true Dao realm expert. However, Yang Yi was unlike ordinary sages. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then an explosion resounded. After that, the old man was pushed 300 m away. The old man glanced at his hand, and there was an extremely deep injury there. He looked up at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. "Impossible. How could you possibly? That's a domain. The sword domain. Your attainments in the sword domain are actually this great." The sword domain. True Dao realm experts could isolate people from this world, but Yang Yi's sword domain could do the same. The only difference was that the true Dao realm's isolation was a form of restraint, and Yang Yi's was a form of transcendence. It transcended the world. The sword domain was a domain of its own. It was a domain that belonged to Yang Yi. So, he didn't have to be suppressed by the special ability of true Dao realm experts. That was why he could kill Xiao Lu with just 3 attacks that day. Of course, the main reason was that Head ignited his progenitor realm sword intent and slaughter intent. Meanwhile, the astonishment in the old man's eyes transformed into the desire to kill. Amazing. You actually possess such ability. Looks like I absolutely can't let you live. He immediately charged at Yang Yi once he finished speaking. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. I am kind-hearted, but the world forces me to go insane. Kill. They'll kill until there's no one left. They'll kill until blood forms rivers. Chapter 2271 Mysterious Person. Chapter 2271 Mysterious Person. Kill. Kill every instant of injustice. That was Yang Yi's path. It could be summed up with a single word. Kill. The old man was extremely swift. So swift that it was beyond description. Yang Yi couldn't even react at all before the old man arrived in front of him, and then Yang Yi felt like a mountain was pressing down upon him. Bang! Yang Yi hadn't even done anything when his figure was pushed backward repeatedly, and the pressure pressed down upon him without letting up at all. Hiss! 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 Horrifying sounds of space being torn open resounded. Visit freeweb O-vel-c-o-m for the best novel reading experience. It was the space beneath Yang Yi's feet. Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, and then a sword howl resounded. Bang! A ray of sword energy descended before Yang Yi, and a huge gap was instantly sliced open in the powerful pressure. However, a palm suddenly slammed against Yang Yi's chest. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi was far away, and his figure was curved forward while he used his sword to support himself. There was an extremely striking palm print on his chest. Yang Yi looked down at his chest. Crack! A clear crack resounded, and then countless pieces of armor dropped off all over Yang Yi's body. The primordial armor. The primordial armor had been completely destroyed. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. A true Dao realm expert. This was how terrifying a true Dao realm expert was. Just a single attack had destroyed his primordial armor. Xiao Lu. At this moment, he thought of Xiao Lu. Needless to say, he was quite lucky to be able to kill Xiao Lu with 3 attacks. But at this moment, he didn't have any slaughter intent or sword intent left. All he had was the sword domain. However, if he planned on just relying on the sword domain to kill this true Dao realm expert, it would be difficult. Extremely difficult. A divine armor. The old man spoke abruptly. It's pretty good armor since it was actually able to resist an attack of mine. I wonder if you have one more. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man transformed into a shadow that vanished on the spot. Suddenly, a spear appeared before him, and sparks sprayed from its tip. And Nanjing had joined the battle. As soon as the spear appeared, an aged hand slammed against its tip. In an instant, the sparks were extinguished, and the spear shook violently before being blasted away. And Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly behind the spear. She swiftly tapped her left foot down and leaped up into the air, and then she kicked with her right foot. Her foot slammed straight against the flying spear. Bang! The spear surged forward like an arrow that had just left the bow. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space rippled like water. In an instant, the spear arrived before the old man. However, a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth, and he moved slightly to the side and avoided it. The spear wasn't fast enough for him, not fast enough at all, or it should be described as being a little slow. Suddenly, a sword appeared above him. The old man swiftly looked up. The sword had descended, but it missed. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions resounded, and then 2 figures were blasted away. It was Yang Yi and Nanjing. As soon as they dropped to the ground beneath them collapsed. At the same time, blood seeped out from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, the old man grinned and revealed a ferocious smile. A moment later, he stretched out his right hand slowly with his palm facing up, and then he clenched it. In an instant, The space in a huge area started warping. Crack, crack. It was like space had been put inside a grinder, and a wave of powerful energy was ceaselessly mincing up everything here. As for Yang Yi and Nanjing, they were at the center of it. As soon as the energy appeared, both of them felt like their bodies were being pulled apart by a million horses, and the stretching feeling covered their entire bodies. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly while his profound energy surged madly as he held tightly to his sword with both hands. An instant later, his features warped as he suddenly opened his eyes, and then he swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. Bang! The old man was blasted away, and space returned to normal in an instant. The old man glanced at his hand. His entire right hand had cracked open, and blood was seeping out incessantly and had covered it with blood. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man looked up. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing had vanished. A ferocious glow flashed through his eyes. You think you can escape? How laughable. The space here shook abruptly, and the old man vanished. Extremely far away, a sword shot through the air, and Yang Yi and Nanjing were on it. It was extremely swift and impossible to see with the naked eye. Yang Yi and Nanjing's countenances were extremely pale. They were no match for the old man. From the previous collision between them, Yang Yi knew that a true Dao realm expert wasn't someone in Nanjing and him could resist right now, unless he ignited his intents again. Moreover, he had to rely on playing tricks. If he hadn't relied on tricks, it would have been impossible for him to kill Xiao Lu. True Dao realm experts were much stronger than had imagined. Suddenly, the ray of sword energy stopped. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed while the sword in his grasp trembled. Because an old man was standing before them. It was the old man from before. The old man gazed coldly at Yang Yi. A competition of speed? You are truly ignorant. He stomped his right foot down once he finished speaking. Bang! A strand of energy suddenly rippled out, and it was like a tsunami that carried monstrous might as it slammed down upon Yang Yi and Nanjing. Nanjing suddenly grabbed Burning Fury and hurled it forward. Hiss! The spear was like a flaming dragon that surged forward. Burning Fury. Its powerful flames turned the entire sky blood red. At this moment, the entire sky seemed like it was burning. However, when compared to the energy the old man released, Nanjing's attack was much inferior in both power and aura. As soon as they collided, Nanjing's attack wasn't even able to persist for half a breath of time before collapsing. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy descended from the sky. Bang! The sword energy instantly sliced open a huge hole in the energy. However, an aged hand suddenly appeared before Yang Yi and Nanjing. The hand waved lightly. Bang! Yang Yi and Nanjing were slapped away. However, it didn't cause any material harm to them. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and Nanjing, and a trace of solemnness flashed through his eyes. Shock. At this moment, the old man was extremely shocked. They were merely peak sages and not even progenitors, but they had been able to last for so long against him. Moreover, they were even counter-attacking from time to time. As far as he was concerned, this was absolutely impossible. But it was a fact. Their natural talent wasn't any weaker to the best geniuses of the initial race. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yi possessed those 3 divine treasures. They had to die. That was the thought which had appeared in the old man's mind. As someone from a large race, he was very well aware of this principle. If one made enemies of a genius like this, that genius must be killed before he or she had the time to grow completely. As for seeking reconciliation, he had never considered that. Seeking reconciliation would mean giving up on those 3 treasures. While Yang Yi and Nanjing's natural talent was great, it wasn't terrifying enough to make the initial race seek reconciliation. However, he did understand why the patriarch had sent him. Anyone else would have been free practice for these 2 before him. The old man restrained his thoughts, and even colder killing intent flickered within his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi and Nanjing. He didn't say anything and just leaped above them, and then a huge palm covered the entire sky. A moment later, it descended upon them. Bang! In an instant, It seemed like the sky was collapsing. A powerful wave of pressure slammed down, and it caused Yang Yi and in Nanjing's expressions to instantly change drastically. They would die if they couldn't resist this attack. That was the first thought that appeared in their minds. They exchanged glances, and then a ray of sword energy and fire surged up into the air. Bang! Bang! Two rumbling explosions resounded through the surroundings, and the entire world shook while space was instantly obliterated. At the same time, two figures crashed down from midair and slammed into the ground. Die! Meanwhile, a furious shout resounded from high above, and then a huge palm emerged from space and smashed into the ground below. Boom! A huge abyss was blasted open. A sword howl resounded from within the abyss, and then a ray of sword energy surged up from within. However, as soon as it emerged from the abyss, it was blasted into bits, and then a ray of terrifying energy descended abruptly. Bang! An explosion resounded deep beneath the ground, and a huge expanse of the ground started collapsing rapidly. It was truly collapsing. The old man had a cold smile on the corners of his mouth as he stood in midair. It's time to end this. He was about to attack once he finished speaking, but a ray of white light suddenly flashed, and then it shot underground. The old man's face instantly changed drastically. Don't you dare! He immediately went underground, but a strand of powerful energy surged up from down below. Bang! In an instant, the old man was blasted back to where he'd been a moment ago, but it didn't take long for him to charge back down there. A few more explosions resounded from deep underground. Obviously, Yang Yi and Nanjing were fighting the white light from before. The old man was shocked and sped up, but when he arrived underground, Yang Yi and the white light were gone. Only a woman was lying there. And Nanjing. At this moment, there was blood on the corner of Nanjing's mouth, and she was heavily injured and unconscious. The old man's face was extremely unsightly. Who was it? A short while later, he gazed at Nanjing. So long as I have you, I refuse to believe that Yang Yi won't come to me. He waved his right hand, and then he vanished on the spot with Nanjing. Chapter 2272 Progenitor of Slaughter. Chapter 2272 Progenitor of Slaughter. A long time later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. He was just about to sit up when mincing pain came from his stomach. Yang Yi endured the intense pain and intended to sit up, but he noticed to his shock that he actually couldn't move his hands. Even his legs were impossible to move. A long time passed before Yang Yi figured out the situation. At this moment, he was in a dark room, and his limbs were bound by a few thick iron chains that were secured underground. Besides that, there was a dagger in his stomach. So long as he used his profound energy, the dagger would move, and it just had to stab a few inches deeper to take his life. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. He recalled everything that occurred earlier. Visit free, Weboval.com for the best novel reading experience. At that time, Nanjing and him were fighting the old man from the initial race. While the old man fully suppressed them in battle, they were barely able to support themselves in battle against him. But right when they entered the ground, a ray of white light suddenly appeared before them and attacked them. If the old man from the initial race was included, they were facing two true Dao realm experts with the addition of the white light. In an instant, it was equivalent to facing the joint forces of two true Dao realm experts. At that moment, Nanjing and him were almost at their limits, so they couldn't resist it at all. After that, he was here. You're awake. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a ray of white light appeared here. Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked over. He saw a woman in a white dress. Yang Yi asked, "Where is she?" The woman replied, "With the initial race." Yang Yi visibly relaxed when he heard this, and then he slowly relaxed his clenched fists. Moreover, the blood red in his eyes gradually vanished. And Nanjing was alive. He was most afraid that she was dead. Yang Yi asked, "Where am I?" She replied, "White Emperor City." Yang Yi shook his head. "I've never heard of it." She walked slowly to Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi saw her appearance. She was very tall and slender, with a beautiful appearance. She could be described as being on par with any woman Head ever met. However, she emanated an innate aura of arrogance, and it was like everything was no different than an ant to her. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Her gaze moved over to Yang Ye's stomach. I cut open your stomach, but I noticed that the primordial pagoda has fused into one with your body, and taking it by force would be destroying it. So, you must give it to me yourself. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. What do you think? She gazed at him for a long time. Suddenly, she flicked her finger, and the dagger in Yang Ye's stomach descended around an inch. In an instant, Yang Yi felt heart-rending pain, but his face remained emotionless. A short while passed before she stopped. Do you want to die? Yang Yi shook his head. I want to live. She spoke indifferently, but it looks to me like you want to die. Yang Yi chuckled. If I hand them over, I would die immediately, wouldn't I? She replied. Your death will be very painful if you don't. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. Do I look like someone who's afraid of pain? She looked at him for a long time, and she was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, I have a request. A request? A cold smile arose on the corners of her mouth. You're thinking of making requests? Yang Yi replied, Then just kill me. He closed his eyes slowly. She turned around. There is a place of extreme ease in White Emperor City, and it's one of the forbidden areas of this city. It's filled with vengeful spirits, and all of these spirits belong to people who died miserably. They truly hope for someone to avenge them. She suddenly turned around once more and gazed at Yang Yi. All of them have painful experiences, and it'll make you experience all of it. ITLL definitely feel absolutely amazing. Right, I forgot to tell you that a half-step true Dao Realm expert went there once. Do you know what happened? It only took less than an hour for him to take his own life. Good luck. She vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. At a gloomy place with dark clouds covering the sky and not a single ray of sunlight descending upon it. Suddenly, a white ray of light appeared in this world filled with cold and icy wind. Bang! There was a man's figure lying before the white light, and it was Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned when he arrived here. He senses countless eyes staring at him. The woman glanced at the surroundings, and then a ferocious female face suddenly appeared before her. The woman raised her hand and slapped it. Bang! Space shook, and the face appeared over 1 kilometer away. The face laughed ferociously. The dignified Empress of White Emperor City is here. This truly brings honor to this humble place of mine. The woman in a white dress glanced at the face and replied indifferently, Ghost Azura, long time no see. You've grown quite a bit. Congratulations. Ghost Azura laughed coldly. In the end, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Oh my, Bai Zhixian. When did you get a little lover? The woman in a white dress, Bai Zhixian, immediately revealed a cold expression. Meanwhile, Ghost Azura added, TSK, I didn't expect your taste to be this bad. You found a piece of trash that isn't handsome nor strong. Bai Zhixian spoke indifferently, only trash use their mouths. Bang! Meanwhile, an ethereal pike shot at Bai Zhixian. She waved her right hand, and it shattered into bits. Ghost Azura was about to attack again, but Bai Zhixian's figure flashed 3 kilometers away, and then she flicked a black pearl over. Ghost Azura frowned. A ghost energy pearl. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Bai Zhixian, what are you trying to do? Bai Zhixian replied indifferently, I want to use the vengeful spirits here. Ghost Azura's eyes narrowed slightly. That's all? She nodded. That's all. Ghost Azura gazed at her for a long time. In the end, the face sucked the pearl into its mouth, and then an icy cold and evil gale appeared here while countless black specks of light appeared. Vengeful spirits. Yang Yi sensed countless vengeful spirits. They weren't new to Yang Yi as had absorbed countless in the past. However, the vengeful spirits he sensed now were exceptionally strong, and their resentment even made his heart palpitate slightly. Head once possessed progenitor realm slaughter intent, yet even his heart was palpitating slightly. So, it was obvious how terrifying they were. Meanwhile, Bai Zhixian walked over to Yang Yi. Enjoy this well. Let me see how stubborn you can be. Her figure flashed over 10 kilometers away once she finished speaking. Once she left, the vengeful spirits charged at Yang Yi. It didn't take long for them to enter his forehead. Bang! In an instant, black energy rippled out from Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and black energy swirled within them. In Yang Yi's mind, there was an estate, and the huge estate was covered in corpses with blood that rose up to the knees. Countless limbs were floating everywhere, and the stench of blood made it impossible to breathe here. Corpses. Corpses covered the area. All of them had died brutally with their limbs torn off. Even Yang Yi had never seen such ruthless methods. It didn't take long for scenes to play within his mind. The scenes when they were killed, the helplessness, pain, and misery they felt. He could feel all of it very clearly. He could clearly experience all the emotions they felt at the moment of their deaths. At this moment, he was them. Miserable. Absolutely miserable. One after the other, the miserable past of these countless vengeful spirits entered Yang Yi's mind. Any other ordinary person would have definitely gone mad from the impact of this. However, Yang Yi was no ordinary person. Misery? Had Yang Yi's entire life not been that? To a certain extent, everything Head experienced wasn't any inferior to these vengeful spirits. Moreover, he had the heart of slaughter. Such tragedy would only strengthen his heart of slaughter. A long time later, Bai Jixin gradually started frowning. Because this was unlike anything Shed expected. Normal people would feel extreme pain upon being attacked by so many vengeful spirits, but Yang Yi didn't seem to be in any pain. That was very unusual. However, she didn't stop this and chose to continue watching. Just like that, time trickled by. At this moment, Yang Yi was enveloped within the vengeful spirits, and they were charging madly into him. There were hundreds of thousands of them here, and every single one of them had a miserable past. As for Yang Yi, he was experiencing all of it. Just like that, time trickled by, and Bai Jixin had a stronger feeling that something was off. At this moment, Shed decided to stop this. Suddenly, the vengeful spirits stopped, and then a voice arose slowly from within them. Now I truly understand a truth of this world. The strong do as they please, and the weak can only accept their fate. A cruel world with a cruel law of survival. A man walked over to Bai Jixin once the voice finished resounding. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi was holding a sword. He glanced at it, then glanced at Bai Jixin. Thank you. You allowed me to gain a deeper understanding of my Tao. You can't stand up straight in this world without being ruthless. Bang! As soon as he said those words, a wave of terrifying slaughter intent swept out from Yang Yi. In an instant, this gray world turned blood red. Slaughter intent. Progenitor realm slaughter intent. Moreover, Yang Yi's aura instantly rose explosively. It wasn't the aura of a sage. Bai Xixian's eyes narrowed slightly. You attained the progenitor realm through the Tao of slaughter. Chapter 2273 The Heart of Slaughter. Chapter 2273 The Heart of Slaughter. The progenitor realm. At this moment, Yang Yi's aura was riding steadily, and his aura wasn't that of a sage anymore. It was the aura of a progenitor. The Tao. Yang Yi had determined his path. What path? A path of slaughter. The countless vengeful spirits hadn't been able to crush Yang Yi. Their experiences hadn't just been incapable of causing pain to him, they had helped him steal his Tao heart. Unexpectedly, it wasn't his heart toward the sword Tao. It was his heart of the slaughter Tao. The slaughter Tao. Yang Yi had his own views of this world, and he was even more certain of his thoughts. The weak are lowly like dogs during chaotic times. The way he chose to resolve all of it is to kill until the end. Visit free, Weboval.com, for the best novel reading experience. He had been at the peak of the sage realm, and this clarity of thought allowed his Tao to grow. Once Yang Yi attained the progenitor realm, those vengeful spirits suddenly converged on him, and then they surged into his palm. Impossible. Ghost Azura frowned slightly and bewilderment filled her eyes. But it didn't take long for her to think of something, and then she gazed at Yang Yi again. A host? They actually chose you as their host. How inconceivable. Their host. Yang Yi looked down at his palm. A black vortex had formed there, and it was filled with resentment. There were countless vengeful spirits in there. However, they were unlike the vengeful spirits had encountered in the past. They weren't on the same level. If Yang Yi wasn't a ruthless person who had attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent, he would have gone mad as soon as they got close to him. The impact from the vengeful spirits wasn't something that just any ordinary person could endure. But it just so happened that Yang Yi was no ordinary person. How could someone who attained the Tao through slaughter fear these vengeful spirits? A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi gazed at Ghost Azura. What are all of them doing here? She glanced at Yang Yi. Don't get happy just yet. They aren't ordinary vengeful spirits. Since they have chosen you, they can help you rise, yet they can only take you down. Yang Yi glanced at his palm. Suddenly, the black vortex started to spin, and then his eyes gradually turned red. Moreover, a huge amount of black energy suddenly appeared around him. They ceaselessly coiled around him. They were affecting his mind. Yang Yi was shocked, because he felt like his desire to kill had risen to a terrifying level. Kill. His entire mind was filled with the desire to kill. Yang Yi hurriedly withdrew the sword supreme, and he instantly felt better. However, he just felt slightly better, and his mind was still filled with the desire to kill. He really wanted to kill. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The voices of countless were screaming at him to kill, and it made him feel like his head was about to explode. A short while passed before he raised his right hand and flipped it. A golden pagoda appeared there, and it just happened to be right above the black vortex. Bang! A wave of invisible energy rippled out, and the space here shook violently. The primordial pagoda was suppressing it. Yang Yi instantly felt much better after relying on the primordial pagoda to suppress it, and the chaotic voices in his mind gradually vanished. At this moment, Yang Yi felt quite a bit of lingering fear because those vengeful spirits actually wanted to use him. That's the primordial pagoda. Suddenly, Bai Jixin walked over to Yang Yi and gazed at the pagoda on Yang Yi's palm, as expected of a divine treasure. It's extraordinary indeed. The greed in her eyes wasn't disguised at all. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed at it. A sword howl resounded abruptly, and then a ray of sword energy slammed against her palm. However, Bai Jixin just grabbed lightly, and just that motion alone made the sword energy vanish in an instant. After that, she pushed her right hand forward slightly. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi stropped himself and looked down, and he saw a dark red palm print on his chest. The progenitor realm? Bai Jixin shook her head and walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. How ignorant. The progenitor realm and sage realm don't make a difference to me. You. Bai Jixin suddenly frowned because a sword had arrived above her. It wasn't an ordinary attack. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain once more. At this moment, his attack could be described as being many times stronger than before. As soon as it descended, a rare solemn expression appeared in her eyes, and she raised her palm and slapped it upward. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then Bai Jixin was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped herself, she looked up and noticed that Yang Yi was gone. A ray of light flashed through the distant sky. Yang Yi had fled. Bai Jixian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glow flashed within them. Running away? You're dreaming. Her figure vanished on the spot. Only Ghost Azura remained here. Ghost Azura shot a glance up into the sky and frowned. No one knew what she was thinking. Far away in the sky, a ray of light shot through the clouds. Right when it was about to vanish at the ends of the sky, a palm appeared before it, and then a wave of powerful pressure blasted the light into bits. The light dispersed to reveal a man. It was Yang Yi. A moment later, a woman appeared before him, Bai Jixin. Yang Yi frowned when he saw her. Bai Jixin didn't waste her breath and just slapped her palm at him. The space around Yang Yi instantly warped, and then it transformed into a death area. It was the special ability of true Tao realm experts. Normally, True Dao realm experts were practically guaranteed to be able to suppress progenitor realm experts with this move. Unfortunately, it was useless against Yang Yi. As soon as she did that, Yang Yi had activated the sword domain. Yang Yi used the sword domain to break free of that space, and then a sword suddenly appeared above Bai Zhixian and slashed down. Bai Zixian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a wisp of surprise flashed through them. She hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually be able to overcome that move with such ease. Of course, she was even more surprised that Yang Yi's attainments in the sword domain had actually arrived at such a level. She didn't give it further thought because Yang Yi's sword was before her. Bai Zhixian tapped the tip of her right foot down. In an instant, a huge white dragon shot up into the air from beneath her feet. Bang! Yang Yi was suddenly blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, a hand pressed against his stomach. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in succession. Hiss! Afterimages flashed through the area, and then a long black hole was sliced upon in front of Yang Yi. However, those afterimages hadn't even gotten close to Yang Yi when he suddenly raised his sword and swung it. Bang! It seemed like the sky was sliced open before his sword, and the afterimages were sliced into 2. However, a leg suddenly slammed against Yang Yi's back. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi as his figure was kicked away. Where Yang Yi had been standing just a moment ago, Bai Zhixian had suddenly appeared there. She was just about to attack again when Yang Yi stopped abruptly, and then a ray of sword energy slashed at her. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before her. Ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth as she gazed at the sword energy, but it didn't take long for the ridicule on her mouth to stiffen. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain again. The might of it shook the world. A wisp of solemnness flashed through her eyes as she waved her right hand lightly. In an instant, the space above her rippled like water, and then waves of terrifying energy rippled forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's attack arrived. Hiss! It instantly sliced through the space above her, but it didn't take long for it to stop. It was because a strand of mysterious energy had frozen it on the spot. It had been stopped. However, just a moment later, Yang Yi's sword trembled, and then it sliced through the energy and descended. Bang! A white shadow was blasted far away. It was Bai Zixian's figure. After he pushed her back, Yang Yi didn't attack again. He just flashed and vanished into the sky. He didn't choose to continue fighting. While he wanted to kill her, these few collisions had allowed him to realize that his current strength wasn't sufficient to kill her at all. Or to be more precise, he was no match for her. Even though he was at the progenitor realm, his strength was still quite inferior when compared to her. Her strength could be described as being above Xiaolu. Moreover, He had just attained the progenitor realm, so his cultivation hadn't stabilized, nor had he gotten accustomed to his new realm of cultivation. So, his control in all aspects was extremely bad, and he wasn't able to fully display his strength as a progenitor realm expert. Thus, he chose to retreat for now. However, Bai Zhixian didn't want to let him go. As soon as he retreated, she caught up to him. He couldn't retreat at all. At this moment, Bai Zhixian was furious. As far as she was concerned, this was a humiliation, because she'd almost been injured by a cultivator who'd just attained the progenitor realm. It was an absolute humiliation. At this moment, only the desire to kill remained in her. As for those 3 divine treasures, they had been tossed to the back of her mind. Yang Yi stopped fleeing. He just stopped on the spot and turned around to gaze at Bai Zhixian, who'd appeared behind him. There's no enmity between us, so why push me into a corner like this? She glanced coldly at him. There is no enmity between us. However, I want you dead, so you must die. Chapter 2274, Just Do It. Chapter 2274, Just Do It. As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Zhixian charged at Yang Yi. Monstrous pressure swept at him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He held tightly to his sword with his right hand, and his profound energy surged madly. As it surged, his aura grew stronger and stronger, and then he shot forward. Since he couldn't escape, he had no choice but to fight. At this moment, Yang Yi hadn't noticed that the primordial pagoda was trembling violently in his grasp. It was warning him. It was warning him madly. However, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered about that. He couldn't allow himself to be distracted at all. In the primordial pagoda, in an ethereal world, visit free, web.com, for the best novel reading experience. A white little thing suddenly appeared here. It was Snowy. Snowy pranced forward while looking around the area. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. She had just discovered this place, and as she continued prancing about, the primordial pagoda on Yang Yi's hand started to tremble even more violently. If Yang Yi wasn't being kept busy by Bai Jixian, he would sense that the primordial pagoda was shivering right now. It was terrified. It wanted to stop Snowy, but it didn't dare to go to that place. But Snowy had gone there. It didn't take long for Snowy to stop abruptly, and there was an ethereal figure not too far ahead. Snowy blinked, and then she pointed at it. Obviously, she was asking it what it was. Meanwhile, ripples appeared before Snowy, and Snowy tapped it lightly with her little paw. A short while later, her eyes lit up, and she started waving her paws swiftly. A few breaths of time later, a voice resounded, "All right?" Snowy's eyes grew even brighter. She clapped her paws together and started waving them swiftly. In an instant, a huge amount of spirit energy appeared here, and Snowy even made a huge amount of primordial violet energy appear here. The figure ahead gradually became clearer. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the primordial pagoda was trembling madly on Yang Yi's hand. It had planned to go to Snowy earlier, but it didn't dare to now. Sometime later, the primordial pagoda suddenly struggled free of Yang Yi's grasp, and this stunned Yang Yi. However, sharp pain struck his stomach, and his figure was blasted away. A moment later, Bai Jixian had grabbed the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda was still shaking madly, and it seemed like it had encountered something terrifying. However, Bai Jixian held tightly onto it and didn't allow it to move at all. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He didn't do anything and just frowned as he gazed at the primordial pagoda. There was something off about it, something very off. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian couldn't help but grin as she gazed at the primordial pagoda in her grasp. The primordial pagoda. She looked at Yang Yi once she finished speaking. "You can die now." She was about to attack once she finished speaking, but the primordial pagoda suddenly shook violently in her grasp, and then an ethereal axe flashed out from within it. Her expression changed drastically at the instant it appeared, and she flashed extremely far away. At the same time, a powerful aura swept out from within her. Meanwhile, the axe descended. Bang! Yang Yi watched with astonishment as Bai Jixian was blasted extremely far away. Yang Yi was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly appeared in front of him. She gazed at Bai Jixian's flying figure, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and cracked a smile that clearly seemed like she was seeking praise. Yang Yi gulped. "Snowy, what did you do?" Snowy blinked, and then she raised her paw and an ethereal little axe appeared there. It wasn't a real axe, it was just a body of energy. Yang Yi's face turned slightly pale. Had guessed what it was. He knew it was probably the legendary primordial axe of creation. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and spoke softly. "Snowy, it has come out?" Snowy blinked, and then she quickly shook her head. After that, she started waving her paws, and it didn't take long for Yang Yi's face to ease up a little. The primordial axe of creation hadn't escaped the seal. No, it should be said that Snowy had undone a small bit of it, so the primordial axe of creation still couldn't come outside yet. However, it could use some of its strength. Besides that, Yang Yi in the primordial pagoda couldn't control it anymore. It would use the primordial pagoda and Snowy to recover slowly and undo the seal slowly, until the day it breaks the seal open and emerges. During this process, Yang Yi and the primordial pagoda couldn't do anything to stop it. If they dared to act against it now, they would be courting death. As for the reason Snowy had helped the primordial axe of creation, it was because it had promised to help Yang Yi if Snowy helped it. The axe didn't go back on its word, and it had instantly heavily injured Bai Jixian. Yang Yi laughed bitterly as he gazed at Snowy who was seeking praise from him, and he rubbed her little head. "Little fellow, You did well. Her eyes immediately lit up, and then she hugged Yang Yi and kissed him repeatedly. Yang Yi shook his head. While there were many uncertain elements right now, it was fine. Because if the primordial acts of creation hadn't helped, he would have been crippled or even killed today. Yang Yi sent Snowy back into the primordial pagoda. As soon as she entered it, the small golden pagoda appeared in front of her, and then it started trembling violently. Snowy was stunned. Yang Yi ignored the primordial pagoda and Snowy, nor did he pay any attention to the primordial acts of creation. He went over to Bai Jixin instead. At this moment, she was sitting on the ground against some rubble, and there was an extremely deep injury on her stomach. Besides that, a strand of evil energy was ceaselessly corroding her, and it was the reason she couldn't move right now, nor could she utilize her spirit energy to attack. Actually, if she hadn't held the primordial pagoda just now, then based on the current state the primordial acts of creation was in, it wouldn't be able to heavily injure her at all. Unfortunately, she was holding it, so the axe had been able to take her by surprise. She couldn't dodge at such close range. She was filled with regret. Yang Yi squatted down, sized her up, and said, "Why aren't you bragging anymore?"
She glanced coldly at him. "Aunt."
Yang Yi slapped her on the face. Slap. A clear palm print immediately appeared on Bai Zixian's right cheek. She was stunned by this slap of his. It didn't take long for a ferocious expression to appear on her face. "You're courting death." As soon as she said that, she was about to disregard everything and use her profound energy. However, Yang Yi suddenly stomped his foot on her stomach, and then he bent down and looked at her ferocious face. "You should figure out the situation you're in. Don't even think that I wouldn't fucking dare to kill you. I haven't killed you because I want to ask you about something, and if you cooperate, I'll give you a swift death. Otherwise," Yang Yi sized her up, and then he revealed a smile with deep meaning. "Don't you dare." She looked him in the eyes. "I'll kill everyone related to you if you dare to touch me." "You're threatening me?" Yang Yi's face suddenly became cold, and then he waved his right hand slightly. In an instant, the clothes before her chest were torn open, and then two large mounts appeared before Yang Yi's vision. At this moment, her face was extremely ferocious, and the desire to kill in her eyes was dense to the extreme. A humiliation. An absolute humiliation. However, Yang Yi ignored her desire to kill. He glanced at her chest and spoke indifferently. "It isn't that huge. I wonder how it feels." As he spoke, his hands immediately moved toward them. Meanwhile, Bai Jixin suddenly howled with fury. "Go on. Ask." However, Yang Yi didn't ask anything. He just grabbed them and squeezed lightly. It was soft and smooth. Yang Yi couldn't help himself and squeezed again, and then he said, "It feels pretty good." As he spoke, he gazed at Bai Jixin. At this moment, her face was strangely calm, and she just looked him straight in the eyes without any emotion in hers. Yang Yi felt it was meaningless to continue and removed his hands. Meanwhile, she ridiculed. "What? You dare not touch it anymore?" "Dare not?" Yang Yi gazed at her. He didn't say a word and just started kneading them while he said, "You think it's a humiliation? Yes, I want you to know how it feels. I want you to know how the strong can just do as they please. Are you even worthy of being called strong?" She ridiculed. "If it wasn't for that axe, you—" Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped her, causing her voice to stop abruptly. "If it wasn't for that?" Yang Yi laughed coldly. "If it wasn't for all the years you've lived more than me, would you even have the chance to speak before me? Let me show you what it's like when others do as they please to you." Yang Yi waved his right hand. Hiss. In an instant, all her clothes vanished. At this moment, Bai Jixin was completely exposed before Yang Yi. However, Bai Jixin was heavily injured and helpless against him. She could only let Yang Yi do as he pleased. "Yang Yi." Bai Jixin stared at Yang Yi. "What do you want?" Her voice was trembling. "You're afraid?" Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. "Weren't you putting on airs earlier? Didn't you want to kill me?" Bai Jixin spoke fiercely. "If you want to kill me, just do it. Why bother humiliating me?" Yang Yi didn't say a word. He just looked down at his sword. The strong. The strong held power over the lives and fate of others. Right and wrong didn't matter. All that did was how they felt. That was how people like Bai Jixin thought. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at her. Now, I'll ask and you answer. Besides that, stop looking at me like that. I'm not interested in your body. There are countless who would like to get into my bed. You're not worthy. Chapter 2275 Killing is the only way to survive. Chapter 2275 Killing is the only way to survive. Bai Zixian's face was extremely gloomy. If her gaze could kill, Yang Yi would have died 1,000,000 times by now. While she was completely exposed, Yang Yi had no interest in her at all. He glanced at the surroundings and said, I'm sure you know what I'd like to know. She remained silent. Yang Yi looked down at her with an icy cold gaze, and his killing intent was undisguised. The latter fell silent for an instant and said, The eternal border. Yang Yi interrupted her with a puzzled tone. The eternal border? What the heck is that? Bai Jixin glanced at Yang Yi and was about to speak, but she suddenly thought of something and flicked a thick book over to him. There were 2 large words on it, the worlds. Yang Yi tapped it lightly, and it transformed into a ray of black light that entered his forehead. In an instant, information appeared incessantly within his mind. The eternal border. The world they were in was the eternal border. It was called the eternal border because it was at the edge of the eternal universe. The eternal universe was a place that everyone in the eternal border yearned for. Visit free, webuvel.com for the best novel reading experience. It was because eternal energy existed in that universe. In the book's introductions, there were 10 supreme types of spirit energy in the myriad of universes. Primordial violet energy and void spirit energy were among them, and they were ranked at the 6th and 5th, respectively. Void spirit energy was ranked above primordial violet energy. Void spirit energy was a large part of the reason why Void Spirit Maiden was that strong. As for why the people of Eternal Border were targeting him, it was for the primordial pagoda and primordial violet energy. They wanted primordial violet energy. Of course, besides primordial violet energy, they wanted the Bodhi tree and primordial acts of creation too. According to the book, there were 10 supreme treasures, and both the Bodhi tree and primordial acts of creation were among them. Especially, the primordial acts of creation, it was ranked the 4th. The Bodhi tree was lower, and it was at the 10th. But all of them were in Yang Yi's possession. Yang Yi was in quite a gloomy mood. Primordial violet energy may be ranked lower than eternal energy, but it was still something that countless experts dreamed of. Coupled with the Bodhi tree and primordial acts of creation he possessed, he could be said to be the focus of attention in Eternal Border. The gazes of all the experts here were on him. Besides that, Yang Yi found out from the book that the Eternal Border had 12 powers, an estate, 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans. They were the Immortal Estate, White Emperor City, Sword Sky City, Martial Sect, Divine Martial Sect, and Sky Martial Sect. Actually, the 3 sects were a single sect, but due to internal strife, they had split into 3. Something worth mentioning was that all 3 of them idolized the same person. As for the 6 clans, it was the Shiyuan clan, the Nanli clan, the Beichuan clan, the Hanyuan clan, the Luoli clan, and Yu clan. The initial race was known as the Shiyuan clan here. All these clans had come from different universes, and they were once the supreme overlord of their respective universes, and they'd ceaselessly explored universes until finally settling down in Eternal Border. It was because Eternal Border was at the border of the Eternal Universe, and the Eternal Universe was their goal. While there had been some friction between the powers here, they had always been at peace. No one tried to cause trouble with another. Yet now, along with Yang Yi's arrival, the Eternal Border was peaceful no more. All of them were looking for Yang Yi. They were fighting for the primordial pagoda, Bodhi tree, and primordial acts of creation. All of them wanted those treasures for themselves. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The situation was more serious than had imagined. Unless he handed over those 3 treasures, death was probably the only fate that awaited him. However, even if he was willing to hand them over, they wouldn't let him live. As far as those people were concerned, they refused to leave a potential problem alive. So long as Yang Yi was alive, he was a potential problem to them. A long time passed before Yang Yi gazed at Bai Jixin. Who's the person who signed this book at the end? Nanli Ming? Bai Jixin replied indifferently, a genius of the Nanli clan, and someone who was once ranked at the third position of the Eternal Borders divine rankings. She was a rare genius of the Nanli clan, and the pride of the Nanli clan. If it wasn't for her, the Nanli clan would have ceased to exist in Eternal Border a long time ago. The divine rankings. Yang Yi thought for a moment and asked, "What would my ranking be?" "You." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of her mouth. "You wouldn't be in it even in another 10,000 years." Yang Yi felt speechless. Bai Jixin glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent, and the atmosphere here suddenly became quite silent. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed his sword and stabbed it at the top of her head. Kill. He naturally planned to kill her. Yang Yi was no fool. If he spared her today, she would kill him once she recovered. As for subduing her, only an idiot would have such thoughts. Of course, if she would become loyal to her once she slept with him, he wouldn't mind making the sacrifice. Unfortunately, such things only happened in novels. Kill. Kill without the slightest hesitation. Yang Yi's attack was extremely swift, but when it was just less than half an inch away from her head, Bai Jixin's body suddenly exploded apart. In an instant, a wave of powerful energy rippled out, and it instantly blasted Yang Yi far away. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw her soul had transformed into a ray of dark light that vanished into the sky. At the same time, a voice came from far away. "Yang Yi, I'll repay you 1,000,000-fold for this humiliation." As soon as the voice finished resounding, Yang Yi wasn't able to sense her aura anymore. Yang Yi's face fell. Self-detonation. He hadn't expected her to actually detonate her body. Detonating the physical body took a huge toll on a person, and it was why she had only detonated it when he attacked and not before. Because even she would never want to sacrifice her own body unless she had no other choice. While it was absolutely easy for an expert at her level to rebuild the body, detonating the body harmed the mind and soul too. It represented a huge loss of strength. It could be said that even if Bai Jixin restored her body, her strength would remain far inferior to what it had been for some time. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he vanished on the spot. At a pool in the mountains, a ray of sword energy shot into the pool. Hiss! The entire pool was sliced apart. A long time passed before a head floated up onto the surface of it. It was Yang Yi. Healing. Head suffered serious injuries during the battle with Bai Jixin, but it had fully healed in less than an hour with the help of his primordial violet energy. Once he finished recuperating, Yang Yi left the pool and looked toward the south, and then his gaze gradually became icy cold. The Xiwan clan, and Nanjing was in their possession. However, he didn't go there immediately. His main mission right now was to fortify his cultivation and straighten out his slaughter Dao, so it grew stronger. As for Nanjing, he was very well aware the Xiwan clan wouldn't kill Nanjing so long as he was alive, and those 3 treasures were still in his possession. They wouldn't touch her. If he died, or if he lost those treasures, then Nanjing may die. So, she was safe while he was safe. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts, sat down cross-legged, and entered the primordial pagoda, fortifying his cultivation. The important matter at hand was to fortify his cultivation and get used to the progenitor realm. During this period, Yang Yi's aura kept fluctuating between strong and weak. It was extremely unstable, and it continued for 3 days before Yang Yi's aura gradually calmed down. Once he fortified his cultivation, Yang Yi went to the Bodhi tree. Yang Yi sat cross-legged before it and spoke softly, "I want to kill." The Bodhi tree trembled abruptly. Yang Yi chuckled. "No reason. I just want to kill." Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, and then the Sword Supreme appeared before Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "The slaughter Dao is against the heaven Dao. Since the ancient times, it never ends well for those who are fond of killing." "The heaven Dao?" Yang Yi chuckled. "Tell me, what is the heaven Dao?" "The will of the heavens." The Sword Supreme spoke solemnly, "An unseen force that determines everything. You." Yang Yi shook his head. "Let me just ask you something. Now, they want to kill me, slaughter my loved ones, annihilate my friends, and take my treasures. Can you ask that so-called will of the heavens to put them in their place and uphold justice?" The Sword Supreme fell silent. Yang Yi walked over to her, and then he touched her face gently. In life, not to mention the ethereal concept of the will of weapons, even the ones closest to us may not help us. We can only rely on ourselves. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly at this point. Slaughter is the way to survive. I choose to slaughter because it can make me even stronger, and it will allow me to live better. Besides that, I have no other choice. If I want to live, I must kill. A ray of red light suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and then boundless slaughter intent surged out incessantly from him and coiled around his body. The slaughter intent grew stronger and stronger, and it rose to the absolute peak of the progenitor realm, but it didn't take long for this slaughter intent to vanish without a trace. It was like it had never been there. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through the Sword Supreme's eyes, fortification of the slaughter Tao and invisible intent. You've created your own Tao. Congratulations. Swoosh. Suddenly, the Bodhi tree enveloped Yang Yi. In an instant, everything Yang Yi had said and done were recorded by it. A short while later, a few more words were added to the Bodhi tree, the Tao of Carnage. Creator, Yang Yi. Chapter 2276, I Don't Bow to Threats. Chapter 2276, I Don't Bow to Threats. The Tao of Carnage. It was a Tao Yang Yi had created himself, and he had his own thoughts and beliefs toward it. Moreover, had perfected it. That was why his slaughter intent had grown stronger again. While it hadn't broken through about the progenitor realm and attained the true Tao realm, it could be said that there weren't many in Eternal Border who could compete with Yang Yi in slaughter intent. Peak progenitor realm slaughter intent. In the future, so long as he didn't go against his heart and lose his mind, his slaughter intent and cultivation would grow stronger with every kill he completed. The Tao, just like the Tao progenitor and Confucianist progenitors of the large universe, they were stronger than the other progenitors because they persisted on their Tao. However, Void Spirit Maiden said that too much persistence was a bad thing. Just like this very moment, if he killed just for his Tao, he would be going against his heart, and the costs would outweigh the benefits. In short, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, even killing has its own restrictions. Sometimes, when the desire to kill arose, 1,000,000 could be slaughtered. But sometimes, not even one could be killed at random. In short, one just had to feel no guilt towards one's actions. If there's no guilt, then so what if even 1,000,000 had to be killed? Yang Yi's heart and mind were clear. He took a deep breath and gazed at the Sword Supreme. Let's go meet those great experts of this place. He turned around and left. The Sword Supreme fell silent for a short while, and then she transformed into a ray of sword energy and followed after him. In the Primordial Pagoda, or to be more precise, at the 7th level. This level hadn't been opened by the pagoda, it had been opened by Snowy. As for how Snowy accomplished that, only Snowy knew the answer. The 7th level was an ethereal place. There was no spirit energy, air, or any matter in this level. It was just an expanse of deathly silence. Yang Yi saw a familiar face when he arrived here. It was Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was prancing around nearby while holding a small ethereal axe in her grasp. It was extremely small and not much larger than her paw. Snowy was just prancing around with it in her grasp while swinging it from time to time. A short while later, Snowy noticed Yang Yi. Her eyes lit up, and then she went over to Yang Yi and cracked a smile. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head, and then he looked into the distance. Senior, if you need any help, just let me know. I won't refuse if it's within my ability. A long time passed before a voice resounded, too weak. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the voice added, there was a woman in the large universe. If you possess her strength, you can help me open this seal. However, you don't. The Void Spirit Maiden. Yang Yi knew who the primordial acts of creation was speaking about. Voice Spirit Maiden's strength. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I can't do anything. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and added, Senior, if you escape, I wonder. The voice resounded, are you afraid? Yang Yi nodded. A little. You're so strong. If you plan to act against me, then wouldn't I be dead for sure? The voice asked, and Yang Yi replied, I hope I can help you, and then we can maintain a peaceful relationship. Bang! A terrifying pressure appeared above Yang Yi, and then a wisp of blood immediately seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. Snowy was stunned by this. Human. The voice was icy cold. If I hadn't trusted the initial race, I wouldn't have fallen to this extent. As for in the future, I won't trust anyone again. Yang Yi suddenly interrupted the axe. Do you trust Snowy? The axe fell silent. A short while later, it replied, yes. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. She trusts me. Silence ensued, and then Yang Yi said, working together will benefit us both. The voice replied, you want to use my strength? Or I should say, you want to use me, right? Yang Yi replied, we can use each other, can't we? A short while later, the voice said, besides this pagoda, there's a formation that seals me. This pagoda is of no threat to me, but that formation is made from 9,999 small formations. If I try to break it open by force, it'll detonate itself and take me down with it. The voice paused for a moment and continued. The Source Dimension Seal. It's one of the 5 sacred artifacts, and it's the bane of formations. It can destroy all formations. If it's used as the core for a formation, that formation would be extremely terrifying. I need it. Yang Yi looked into the distance in silence. A short while later, the axe continued, 3 times. It'll help you 3 times. Yang Yi asked, where is it? The axe replied, the initial race took it, that's all I know. Yang Yi nodded, I understand. He turned around and vanished with Snowy. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, and he looked toward the south as he stood by the pool. It was the direction of the initial race, the Shiwan clan. He glanced at the surroundings and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi shot through the clouds on his sword. This time, his objective was the Shiwan clan. He didn't know much about their strength, but he had no doubt that they were absolutely strong. They didn't even fear the undying race, so their strength was obvious. But no matter how strong they were, he had to go, because a Nanjing was there. Yang Yi sped up. Suddenly, the space before him trembled, and he stopped and tightened his grip on his sword. It didn't take long for an ethereal face to appear there. The face of an old man. Yang Yi frowned because he didn't recognize this face at all. The old man sized up Yang Yi and asked, You're Yang Yi? Yang Yi nodded. The old man laughed coldly. Very good. I have a group of your friends. If you want to keep them safe, then meet me on Falling Cloud Mountain outside the martial sect in 3 days. After 3 days, they'll kill them one by one every hour, until you show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the face vanished. Yang Yi's face fell, and it was terrifyingly gloomy. What he was dreading the most had occurred. Elder Yuan and the others were in trouble. While Head expected that they may get into trouble, Head still held onto a thread of hope that they were fine, but that was gone now. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant. In the end, he decided to go to the martial sect. The Shiwan clan had a Nanjing alone. Thus, so long as he was fine and had those 3 treasures, they wouldn't do anything to her. Conversely, the martial sect was in a different situation. Elder Yuan and the others were in their hands. So, if he didn't go over, they would definitely kill a few to force him to show himself. Besides Nether Maiden and the others, Qin Xuan and the others' families were there too. If he couldn't protect them, how would he face his dead brothers who died for him? Sky Maiden and the others too. They had all been dragged into this situation because of him, the martial sect. It was situated atop a towering mountain, and countless mountains surrounded it. In less than a day of time, Yang Yi had arrived at Falling Cloud Mountain, and an old man immediately appeared before him when he arrived there. Yang Yi's gaze stopped on the old man's stomach for a moment, because he sensed a familiar sword and tint there. I'm the vice sect master of the martial sect. The old man spoke indifferently. Yang Yi, where are the things I want? Yang Yi glanced at the old man. Where are my friends? The old man laughed coldly. Do you have the right to negotiate with me? Yang Yi, if you don't hand them over in 3 breaths of time, it'll annihilate all your friends, and then it'll kill you. So that, a sword howl suddenly resounded. A moment later, The old man's expression changed drastically because Yang Yi had appeared above Yang Yi. At the same time, a sword slashed down at him. The old man hadn't expected Yang Yi to just attack. It wasn't what Head expected at all. The old man didn't dodge, because as far as he was concerned, a progenitor realm cultivator was no threat to him. It was like how a person watched as an ant crawled by the person's leg. Would that person think that the ant was a threat? As far as true Dao realm experts were concerned, all those below the true Dao realm were ants. However, when Yang Yi's sword descended, his expression changed. His eyes were filled with disbelief and a trace of terror. The sword domain. Yang Yi had activated the sword domain once more. This time, it was enhanced by peak progenitor realm slaughter intent, and coupled with the fact that he was at the progenitor realm too now, it could be said that its might was much stronger than any instance in the past. Not to mention that the old man had been heavily injured by the unfettered one. Even if he was completely unharmed, he couldn't resist this attack with ease. Moreover, had even been careless now. So, he could only hastily try to block Yang Yi's attack. Bang! A strand of terrifying aura swept out from the old man. However, this aura was instantly obliterated upon appearing. Bang! A figure was instantly blasted away, and it was the old man. At this moment, his body had collapsed completely and only his soul remained. He was about to escape with his soul, but a sword pressed against his neck. The old man's face turned unsightly. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. "Where are my friends?" The old man stared at Yang Yi in silence. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. "Yang Yi, this is the martial sect. If you touch him, my martial sect will definitely—" Yang Yi's sword descended. Hiss. The old man's soul was instantly obliterated. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the martial sect with ferocity in his eyes. "I don't negotiate and I don't bow to threats. If anything happens to them, it'll annihilate the martial sect." Bang! A strand of slaughter intent surged up into the sky, and the entire sky turned blood red. Chapter 2277 Live Well. Chapter 2277 Live Well. As soon as he finished speaking, the world fell silent. No negotiation and no threats. Yang Yi did care about Elder Yuan and the others, but if he chose to negotiate, all of them may die instead. Because if the martial sect wanted him to surrender, then should he surrender or not? If he surrendered, they would die. These large powers would never keep potential troubles alive, nor would they show any mercy. If he chose not to surrender, the martial sect would use the lives of Elder Yuan's group to threaten him. At that time, he would be in an absolutely passive position. He may even be forced to remain under their control. So, he had to turn the situation around. If they were going to die, then everyone could die together. That was the attitude he revealed to the martial sect. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. The man floated in midair with his hands behind his back, and his aura was restrained within him, causing it to be impossible to discern his strength. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "You're from the same universe as the Shiwan clan?" Yang Yi replied indifferently, "Yes." The middle-aged man walked over to Yang Yi. "If I'm not wrong, those 3 treasures should be in your possession, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "Yes. Why? Do you want them?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "No." "Huh." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he felt puzzled. Meanwhile, the man waved his right hand, and a group of figures appeared before Yang Yi. It was Elder Yuan's group. At this moment, they were restrained and couldn't move at all. But, luckily, they were all right. Yang Yi glanced at Elder Yuan's group, and then he gazed at the middle-aged man. "What's the meaning of this?" The middle-aged man replied, "You can leave." Yang Yi's frown deepened. He was about to speak when the middle-aged man vanished. Yang Yi was puzzled by this. Suddenly, Elder Yuan walked over to him. "He plans to use others to kill us." Yang Yi gazed at Elder Yuan, and the latter spoke softly, "Let's leave first." Yang Yi nodded, and then they vanished on the spot. Once they left, the middle-aged man appeared here again, and he had indifference on his face as he looked into the direction Yang Yi's group had left toward. Meanwhile, An old man appeared before him and bowed. Sect Master. Why? The middle-aged man spoke softly. Who doesn't want those 3 treasures? But because too many desire them, we can't take them. They will only bring calamity. However, while we can't take them, we can reveal his whereabouts to the Divine Martial Sect and Sky Martial Sect. I think they'll be interested. The old man bowed slightly. How wise of you, Sect Master. But the Vice Sect Master, he deserves death. The Sect Master of the Martial Sect spoke indifferently. He didn't make Yang Yi come to the Martial Sect, and he made Yang Yi come here instead. Obviously, he wanted to kill Yang Yi and take those treasures for himself. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yang Yi's strength and fearlessness. He spoke slightly solemnly at this point. I underestimated him too. The old man asked, how is he when compared to our Martial Sect's genius, Wu Xinming? The Sect Master shook his head slightly. Xinming is inferior. His mastery of his domain is something that even true Dao realm experts can't compare to, and his slaughter intent is unprecedentedly strong too. A smile with deep meaning appeared on his face at this point. The Divine Martial Sect and Sky Martial Sect will be pleasantly surprised. Yang Yi took Elder Yuan and the others away from the Martial Sect's territory, and he stopped on a plains. He turned around and gazed at them. Are all of you all right? Elder Yuan laughed bitterly. We're fine. It's just, we caused trouble for you again. Yang Yi shook his head. There's no need to say that. He gazed at Sky Maiden and the others. Eldest sister, what do you plan to do now? Sky Maiden fell silent for a while and replied, we plan to go around this world. Me too. Meanwhile, Situ Tingyun stepped forward. She had her sword on her back, and she looked very heroic. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, you're not staying with me? She shook her head. I want to seek out my own sword Dao. If I stay with you, my strength may grow rapidly, but I don't want to take your path. I want to take my own path. Yang Yi revealed a smile of praise. Very good. As he spoke, he flicked a ray of white light into her forehead. Situ Tingyun gazed at him with bewilderment, and he said, it's my understanding of the sword domain. I hope it'll be of use to you in the future. Situ Tingyun walked over to Yang Yi, gazed at him for a long time, and then she cracked a smile. Big brother. Actually, you're a good person. They'll come looking for you once I've become accomplished in my sword Dao. Wait for me. She transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the air and vanished from their fields of vision. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he watched her vanish. This little girl. Meanwhile, Sky Maiden and the others walked over to him. We're leaving too. Yang Yi gazed at them, hesitated for a moment, and spoke softly. Take care. Blood Maiden walked over to Yang Yi, rubbed his head, and spoke softly. Take care. She turned around and left with the others. Yang Yi was quite dazed as he watched them leave, and no one knew what he was thinking. Quite some time passed before Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and gazed at young Lianshuang. Lianshuang, what about you? She hesitated for a moment and said, I want to return to my hometown. Your hometown? Yang Yi was slightly stunned and asked, is it far away? She replied, very. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, put it aside for now. If we have the time, I'll send you there myself. All right. She hesitated for a moment, but Yang Yi suddenly added, there are many more things that I need you and Elder Yuan to help me with. Yang Lianshuang thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'm in no rush anyway. Yang Yi nodded and gazed at the group that was standing nearby. They were the families of Qin Xuan and the others, and they were considered as Yang Yi's family too. They'll take them and go into hiding. Elder Yuan spoke softly. What do you think? Yang Yi replied, that's what I was planning. He had thought about putting them in the primordial pagoda, but he decided against that in the end. It was more dangerous to stay with him, because countless powers and experts were targeting him, so they would be dragging down with him if they stayed with him. That was why he had allowed Sky Maiden and the others to leave. As for why they had wanted to leave, there was actually another reason. They didn't want to be a burden to Yang Yi. They weren't weak, but Yang Yi was most terrifying when he was all alone. If he was alone, he had nothing to worry about, so he would definitely be an existence that gave a headache to all the powers in Eternal Border. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked over to Yang Yi. It was Qin Xuan's father. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Uncle." Qin Chuan's father patted Yang Yi on the shoulder. "Don't feel too bad. You've done enough. I'm proud, very proud that Qin Chuan had a brother like you. He was always playing around and had a bunch of useless friends, but he didn't make a mistake with you. Not at all." He was crying as he finished speaking. Yang Yi glanced at the others, and amongst them was Qin Chuan's father, Yu Jing's father, and Ling's father. All of them had tears on their faces right now. Qin Chuan and the others had been extraordinary geniuses of their respective clans, and it could be said that they were their clan's hope. However, they had chosen to give their lives away from Yang Yi. They had really given their lives away, because it was a battle where Yang Yi's side had no chance to win. However, they still went there. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly bowed to all of them. "You're all the loved ones of my brothers, so you are my loved ones. So long as I'm alive, I won't let anything happen to all of you." He gazed at Elder Yuan and Yang Lianshuang. "I'll leave them to you." Elder Yuan nodded slightly. "It's not a problem for us. We are worthless to the powers of eternal border, but you must be careful." Yang Yi smiled, "Of course." Elder Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, "Did something happen to Missin?" Yang Yi nodded. Elder Yuan sighed softly. Then, "Take care." He led the others away. It didn't take long for only Yang Yi and Amon to remain here. Yang Yi asked, "Do you need something?" She swung a punch at his chest. "Live well." She turned around and vanished into the sky. "Live well." Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. "It isn't that easy." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light arose beneath his feet, and then he vanished into the sky. Around an hour later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped amidst the clouds, because a middle-aged man in luxurious robes had appeared before him. The middle-aged man had a sword in his grasp. The sword was upright against the back of his arm, and a cold glow coiled around its tip. A sword cultivator. Moreover, it was a sword cultivator at the progenitor realm. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi and said, "I'm the southern guardian of the divine martial sect. Jin Kansas am here on the sect master's orders to ask for those 3 treasures from you." The divine martial sect. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "They belong to me." "That's not true." Jin Kan shook his head slightly. "Treasures have always belonged to the strong. They may be in your possession now, but it doesn't represent that they belong to you. If you're willing to hand them over, I will leave and not make things difficult for you." Yang Yi replied, "What if I refuse?" Jin Kan fell silent for an instant and replied, "Then I'll send you into eternal slumber." Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and Jin Kan's expression changed drastically. A solemn expression instantly filled his eyes, and his sword vanished abruptly. 2 sharp sword howls resounded, and then the world fell silent. Yang Yi stood behind Jin Kan and wiped off the blood on his sword. "I plan to exchange a few blows with you. Unfortunately, my wife is waiting for me to rescue her. So, I have no choice but to make you die a little sooner." Hiss. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Kan's figure split open at the center, and then blood and internal organs sprayed all over. Chapter 2278, The Initial Emperor. Chapter 2278, The Initial Emperor. Yang Yi put his sword away and left. Actually, Yang Yi had wanted to exchange a few blows with him. He wanted to take a look at Jin Kan's attainments in the sword Dao. However, just as Head said, he didn't want to waste time right now. One attack. An ultimate attack. His true ultimate move right now wasn't any external source of strength. It was his sword domain. The sword domain combined with peak progenitor realm slaughter intent. Not to mention progenitor realm experts. He could even kill true Dao realm experts. After all, he was at the progenitor realm now. His current strength had undergone a qualitative leap when compared to before. Not long after Yang Yi left, a middle-aged man appeared where Yang Yi had been. The middle-aged man glanced at Jin Kan's body, fell silent for an instant, and then closed his eyes slowly. He spoke via voice transmission. "We underestimated him. Jin Kan was killed in an instant. He may be at the progenitor realm, but his strength is at the true Dao realm." A long time passed before a voice resounded in the middle-aged man's voice. "Give up?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, Sect Master, if you and the Grand Elder join forces, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. If our divine martial sect obtains those 3 treasures, you're mistaken. The voice resounded abruptly and interrupted him. Those treasures may be precious, but if we must pay a price that's too huge, it's best to not get them. He possesses such strength at his age. He's an outstanding genius. Moreover, he has those 3 treasures, so he possesses great karmic luck too. If we fail to kill him, he'll become a great enemy of our divine martial sect. We still have time to stop now. The middle-aged man fell silent for a long time and said, What about revenge for Jian Kan? The voice replied, It's my fault for underestimating his strength. I will take responsibility for Jian Kan's death. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly bowed. That was not my intention. The voice said, Beiyu, I know you two were close, but I hope you put the sect's interests first. I've taken a look at that kid. His foundation is solid, possesses the sword domain, and his mastery of the sword domain is horrifying even to me. Even if I join forces with the Grand Elder, we may not be able to kill him, especially when his Tao is a Tao of slaughter. It's a path that only few have ever taken. If we fail to kill him, our divine martial sect will be annihilated by him in the future. So, don't go looking for revenge from him. Don't get yourself killed. Beiyu bowed. I understand. It's just a pity because if our divine martial sect can obtain those treasures, we'll definitely be able to transcend above the other 2 sects. The voice replied, It's luck if we obtain it, fate if we lose it. It's not a pity at all. Return to the sect. Understood. Beiyu bowed slightly and vanished on the spot. Right after Beiyu vanished, a ray of light appeared here, and it dispersed to reveal Yang Ye's figure. Actually, he hadn't left. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Yang Ye's ear. Please do as you wish. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and the slaughter and tint around him dispersed by quite a bit. A short while later, he vanished on the spot. Some distance away, a string of cold sweat appeared on Beiyu's face for some reason. Yang Yi shot through the clouds on his sword. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly looked down. He hesitated for a moment, and then he suddenly changed his direction and shot down. A ray of light descended and Yang Yi appeared before an ancient city. The city was huge, and its walls were extremely tall. It felt like an ant to stand before the city. The city was not constructed with rocks. It was constructed with swords. A city of swords, a city made of swords. There were 3 pitch-black words above the city's entrance. Sword Sky City. Sword Sky City? A wisp of surprise flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. It was the first time he had seen a city made of swords. Besides that, he sensed extremely strong sword intent coming from within the city. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and walked over to the city's entrance, and it only took a moment for him to arrive before it. At the instant he passed through the entrance, a huge rock on the right of the entrance trembled, and then a sword howl resounded. Yang Yi was puzzled, and surprise filled his eyes. Meanwhile, a young man appeared before him. The young man sized up Yang Yi and said, You're a sword cultivator? Yang Yi nodded. The young man glanced at the huge rock. At this moment, a strand of red light had appeared on it, and it was growing brighter and brighter before gradually turning purple. The young man's expression instantly changed at the sight of this, and he gazed at Yang Yi and bowed. Sword Sky City welcomes your arrival, senior. Yang Yi was stunned and gazed at the huge rock. What is that? An intent measurement stone? The young man spoke respectfully. It's my Sword Sky City's intent measurement stone. It can sense sword intent. The stronger the sword intent, the greater it reacts. It turned purple, and that represents your sword intent is in the progenitor realm. Yang Yi shook his head. You're wrong. I don't have sword intent anymore. His slaughter intent had recovered, and it had even grown stronger. But his sword intent. It was quite amusing that a sword cultivator like him had slaughter intent, which was stronger than his sword intent. The young man was stunned and said, Impossible. The intent measurement stone is never wrong. Senior, you. Yang Yi smiled and didn't say anything. He entered the city, and then he seemed to have thought of something and stopped abruptly. He gazed at the young man. I have a question. The young man hurriedly walked over to Yang Yi. Please go ahead, senior. Yang Yi asked, Do you know about the Shiwan clan? The Shiwan clan. The young man nodded slightly. It's one of the 6 clans. I do know a little about it. What would you like to know? Yang Yi said, How many true Dao Realm experts do they possess? He had to go there, but he had to gain an understanding of their strength before he did. The young man thought for a moment and said, I don't know the exact number of true Dao Realm experts they possess, but they have 3 who are comparatively famous. One of them is Ling Su, who just attained the true Dao Realm. He's an extraordinary genius of the Shiwan clan. He was quite famous in Eternal Border even before he attained the true Dao Realm. He paused for a moment and continued. The second is the patriarch of the Shiwan clan, Shi Wanxing. He's the current patriarch of the Shiwan clan, and he attained the true Dao Realm many years ago. Now, he's probably even stronger. Yang Yi asked, What about the third? The man spoke solemnly. He's the previous patriarch of the Shiwan clan, the initial emperor. It was he who led the Shiwan clan out of the large universe to Eternal Border. The Shiwan clan was extremely weak when they just arrived, and if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in Eternal Border at all. His strength is unfathomable. Unfathomable. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Based on what the young man had said, the initial emperor was probably the strongest in the Shiwan clan. But besides the initial emperor, the Shiwan clan had 2 true Dao Realm experts just on the surface. What about in secret? Yang Yi remained calm on the outside, but no one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the young man hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, do you have enmity with the Shiwan clan? Yang Yi gazed at the young man with slight surprise in his eyes. How did you know? The young man replied, I sensed the slaughter intent in your sword intent. He hesitated for a moment and continued, Your sword intent seems to contain slaughter intent. Senior, your sword Dao is really, really unusual. Yang Yi sized up the young man and smiled. You're not bad yourself. He wasn't just being courteous. The young man may be just at the sage realm, but his sword intent was extremely sharp. It was like a precious sword that had just been unsealed. While the young man had tried his best to conceal it, he could still sense the sharpness of it. It could be said that while the young man was merely at the sage realm, his combat strength was probably comparable with some progenitor realm experts. Sword cultivators were usually stronger than ordinary cultivators. The young man grinned when he heard Yang Yi. Senior, I have a request. Yang Yi said, Go on. The young man bowed to Yang Yi. Please provide me with your guidance. Guidance. Yang Yi sized up the young man, and a wisp of admiration flashed through his eyes. While the young man was extremely humble and very respectful to Yang Yi, the young man had no fear. It was all right to be respectful to the strong, but one couldn't be fearful of the strong. The young man's attainments in the Sword Dao and heart toward the Sword Dao was much better than had expected. Yang Yi didn't refuse this request and nodded, all right. The young man bowed again. Thank you. He glanced at the surroundings and said, We can't fight here, so please come with me. The young man walked toward the city. Yang Yi followed the young man, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in a mountain range. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. There were 3 main peaks in this mountain range in the shape of a triangle. Each was taller than the other, and a huge towering sword floated on all 3 of the peaks. When Yang Yi looked carefully at them, his expression gradually became solemn. All 3 of them weren't ordinary treasures. It could be said that they may not be any inferior to his Sword Supreme and Sword Precursor, Sword Sky City. Just these 3 huge swords allowed Yang Yi to realize how strong and extraordinary Sword Sky City was. Besides that, there were 2 sword intents on the highest peak that even made his heart palpitate slightly. His heart was palpitating. It had been very, very long since had encountered sword intent that could make him sense danger. The young man led Yang Yi to the lowest peak, or to be more precise, a bamboo forest on the lowest peak. It was no ordinary bamboo forest. There was a formation around it. The young man stopped, turned around, and bowed to Yang Yi. Senior, this is the sword bamboo forest. The bamboo here were personally grown by our founding ancestor, and they contain his sword intent and will in the Sword Dao. If we spar here, all the sword intent we emanate will be suppressed by these bamboos. So our sword energy and sword intent won't leak out or damage the space in the surroundings. We can fight here to our heart's content. He bowed to Yang Yi again and continued. I request that you use your full strength and don't hold back. Thank you. Yang Yi glanced at the young man. Are you sure? The young man nodded and spoke firmly. Of course. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant and nodded. Make your move. Senior, please make your move. The young man continued. My sword Dao is one that reacts to my opponent and strikes at the weak point. So, it'll be stronger if I attack after you. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded, all right. A sword suddenly appeared in Yang Yi's grasp, and then Yang Yi instantly appeared before the young man. A sword howl suddenly surged up into the sky. The sword domain. Yang Yi didn't hold back and used the sword domain immediately. As soon as he used the sword domain, bang! The bamboo forest and the surroundings trembled, and then they exploded apart and were obliterated. In a bamboo house at the main peak of Sword Sky City, an old man who was seated cross-legged on a bamboo bed suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. My Sword Sky City has such a genius? At the same time, sword howls resounded throughout the city. In an instant, all of them shot toward the bamboo forest. It was quite a magnificent scene to behold. Chapter 2279, You Should Have Heard of My Name. Chapter 2279, You Should Have Heard of My Name. The young man before Yang Yi was stunned. A sword was less than half an inch away from the young man, and he would be dead if it descended just that half an inch of distance. One attack. The young man didn't have the ability to resist at all. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up and frowned, and then he gazed at the young man. Don't say anything about me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Not long after Yang Yi left, an old man suddenly appeared before the young man. The old man sized up the young man and asked, Ling Fei? The young man recovered from his shock and bowed respectfully. Exalt Yun. The old man sized up the young man again, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at the surroundings. This is the sword domain. He suddenly looked toward the side, and then he vanished on the spot. The sword domain. Someone exclaimed. Ling Fei looked over, and he saw numerous sword cultivators with swords on their backs. He naturally recognized them because they were his fellow disciples. Meanwhile, a man walked over to Ling Fei, sized him up, and roared with laughter. Ling Fei, I didn't expect you to actually comprehend the sword domain and master it to such an extent. Even our ancestors' sword bamboo forest was destroyed. Well done, kid. Ling Fei laughed bitterly. Qing Yun, ha. The young man called Qing Yun punched Ling Fei's chest. Our Sword Sky City has the southern and northern swords, and now, we will have another. Ha. Ling Fei was at a loss for words. All of them surrounded Ling Fei and kept congratulating him. Of course, even more were challenging him. Challenging him. If a person wanted to grow stronger, that person had to challenge those who were even stronger. Only then would that person be able to efficiently improve themselves, because fighting the strong would allow one to discover what one lacked. As for sword cultivators, being able to spar with a sword cultivator who possessed the sword domain was an absolutely rare opportunity. In the crowd, Ling Fei laughed bitterly without end. He wanted to tell the truth, but when he thought about what Yang Yi had told him, he chose to maintain his silence. Outside Sword Sky City, a shadow emerged from the ground, and then a man appeared over 1 kilometer away from the city. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi shot a glance back at the city, and then he left. Suddenly, an old man soundlessly appeared before him. It was Exalt Yun. Yang Yi stopped. The old man sized up Yang Yi, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a wisp of solemnness and shock in his eyes. Yang Yi asked, Do you need something? The old man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he spoke solemnly. 3 people in Eternal Border possess the sword domain. Besides the new sword guardian of sword ruins, Dark Sword Maiden, I've met the other 2, and I've never seen you. Yang Yi smiled. Now you have. Exalt Yun nodded slightly and said, Do you have a sect? Yang Yi shook his head no. Exalt Yun continued, Would you like to join my Sword Sky City? If you agree, I can give you the position of Vice City Governor. Yang Yi glanced at him and was quite surprised. Just because of the sword domain? The old man shook his head no. While the sword domain is very rare, my sword Sky City just happens to have had someone with it. I think highly of your sword domain. It contains slaughter intent. I've seen experts of the slaughter Dao, but I've never seen the slaughter sword Dao. It's truly amazing that you were able to develop it to such an extent. He paused for a moment and continued. My sword Sky City is open to outsiders because we hope to converge the geniuses in the sword Dao throughout this world, so that my sword Sky City can study them all. We sword cultivators must learn from each other and use each other to mend our flaws to bring glory and prosperity to the sword Dao. Yang Yi fell silent. Exalt Yun added, if you join my sword Sky City, all the books on the sword Dao and sword techniques we have will be made available to you. I believe that if you join my sword Sky City, it won't even take 3 years for your attainments in the sword Dao and strength to rise a level higher. Yang Yi chuckled. I do yearn to do that. Unfortunately, I can't join Sword Sky City. Exalt Yun asked, why? Yang Yi looked Exalt Yun in the eyes. If I join you, you'll never have another peaceful day. Exalt Yun frowned slightly. Why do you say that? Yang Yi walked over to Exalt Yun and smiled. Yang Yi, you should have heard of my name. Exalt Yun was astounded. You. Yang Yi grinned and vanished into the distance. Exalt Yun was stunned on the spot. Yang Yi had naturally heard of that name. Every large power throughout Eternal Border knew that name. It was the name of a moving treasure vault. 3 divine treasures. Yang Yi had 3 divine treasures, so who didn't want them? Even Sword Sky City desired it. Exalt Yun hadn't expected this genius in the Sword Dao to be Yang Yi. Yang Yi. Exalt Yun fell silent for a long time. In the end, he looked in the direction of the city. You make the decision. Work together. A voice resounded. Work together. Exalt Yun nodded slightly. I understand. It meant to work together with Yang Yi, but not allow Yang Yi to join Sword Sky City. Besides that, Sword Sky City wouldn't become enemies with him. They would just help each other. That was what Sword Sky City wanted. It didn't take long for Exalt Yun to catch up to Yang Yi. Exalt Yun asked, are you willing to work together with us? Yang Yi was puzzled. Work together? Exalt Yun explained. It's very simple. You leave everything you've learned and your understanding toward the Sword Dao and Sword Sky City, and in return, we will allow you to view everything we've accumulated until now. We'll help each other. What do you think? Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, that is possible. However, I have something to deal with, so I can't do that now. Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. The important matter at hand for him was to rescue in Nanjing. Exalt Yun suddenly asked, are you going to the Shiwan clan? Yang Yi gazed at Exalt Yun, and the latter said, we know a little about what happened to you. Allow me to be honest, your strength is extraordinary, but it's truly impossible for you to go against the Shiwan clan on your own. Yang Yi replied, I still have to do it. Exalt Yun frowned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had turned around and walked away. Wait. Suddenly, an ethereal gray-robed old man appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the old man, yes? The old man sized up Yang Yi and said, I'm the city governor of Sword Sky City. I understand that you're eager to rescue your friend. So, how about we do this? It'll help you make the Shiwan clan keeper safe for a month, and you can stay in my Sword Sky City for this month and make the exchange with us. What do you think? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. You can make them do that? The old man replied, the patriarch of the Shiwan clan owes me a favor. Besides that, my Sword Sky City won't covet those treasures, so they will give me face and grant this request. Yang Yi fell silent. The old man added, allow me to be honest. Your current strength is utterly incapable of overturning the Shiwan clan. You'll die if you go now, and that's why I've proposed this. I hope you'll leave your sword Dao behind while you're still alive. Yang Yi glanced at the old man. You're really quite frank. The old man said, there are millions of sword cultivators, but the slaughter sword Dao is extremely rare. Besides that, I believe that with the natural talent you possess, your strength will definitely rise a level higher by studying in my Sword Sky City. It's very beneficial to your journey to the Shiwan clan, isn't it? Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. Tell me the true reason. His actions were quite abnormal. Simply speaking, the old man's desire to make him stay was much greater than anything normal. So his intuition told him the slaughter sword Dao wasn't the only thing the old man sought to obtain. The city governor fell silent for a long time and replied, "There is a treasure in my sword sky city, the limitless sword scroll. It was left behind here by my sword sky city's sword master Tianyu a long time ago. However, no one in Sword Sky City is able to decipher its secrets. If you can accomplish that, we're willing to share it with you. Of course, it's fine if you can't. Just leave behind your sword Dao." The limitless sword scroll? Yang Yi frowned. What is that? The old man replied, "A divine treasure. The supreme divine treasure of my Sword Sky City." Yang Yi said, "Since it's a divine treasure, you're still willing to share it." The old man shook his head. "It's trash if its secrets cannot be uncovered. You aren't the only one. All the renowned sword cultivators throughout this world have come to study it. Unfortunately, throughout countless years, no one has been able to succeed. So, you can give it a try. If you agree, they'll go to the Xiwan clan now. So long as those 3 treasures are still in your possession, I guarantee that they won't do anything to your friend." Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, "Let me have a look at it." The old man nodded slightly. "They'll go to the Xiwan clan now. I hope we'll hear good news when I get back." He vanished on the spot. Exaltian gestured at Yang Yi to follow him. "Please come with me." He vanished into the distance, and Yang Yi immediately followed him. It only took a while for him to enter the city again. Exalt Yun told Yang Yi that Sword Sky City had 3 peaks: Sky Sword Peak, Earth Sword Peak, and Mortal Sword Peak. The sword intent on all of them was extremely powerful, especially Sky Sword Peak. The sword intent there was exceptionally powerful and even made his heart palpitate. It was true Dao Realm sword intent. As for the other 2 peaks, they only held peak progenitor realm sword intent. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned slightly when he saw the middle-aged man because the man looked quite familiar. Chapter 2280 They're inferior. So why learn? Chapter 2280 They're inferior. So why learn? The man looked familiar. Meanwhile, the man was staring at Yang Yi with an undisguised desire to kill. Exalt Yun suddenly shouted with fury, "Jian Yuan, stand down." The man called Jian Yuan spoke solemnly. "Exalt Yun, how can I not avenge my brother?" "Brother?" Yang Yi was stunned. He sized up Jian Yuan. "No wonder you looked familiar. So you're Jian Qin's younger brother. I'm truly surprised. Both of you aren't from the same sect." "Yang Yi," Jian Yuan howled with fury, "you killed my brother." He wanted to kill me." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Understand?" Jian Yuan stared at Yang Yi. "All I do know is that he's dead and you're alive." As soon as he finished speaking, powerful sword intent surged out incessantly from within him. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "I couldn't just let him kill me, right? Strictly speaking, it was self-defense. Don't you think so too?" He gazed at Exalt Yun and continued, "What do you think?" Exalt Yun glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Jian Yuan suddenly spoke ferociously, "I don't care about that. All I know is that he died at your hands, so pay with your life." "You." Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded. Hiss. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a thread that vanished on the spot. At the instant he vanished, Exalt Yun's expression changed drastically, and he tapped his finger forward, causing a ray of sword energy to shoot out from it. At the same time, Jian Yuan drew his sword and swung it. Hiss. A sound of something tearing resounded, and then the surroundings fell silent. At this moment, Yang Yi was behind Jian Yuan. Exalt Yun's eyes opened wide and were filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Jian Yuan's body had stiffened on the spot, and there was a thumb-sized hole on his forehead. Jian Yuan seemed like had lost his soul and muttered softly, "I am possible." Suddenly, Yang Yi swung a backhanded slash. Swoosh! Jian Yuan's head shot up into the air while accompanied by a pillar of blood. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Exalt Yun. I'm usually willing to try reasoning with people. Unfortunately, it's useless. Now, I think my fists and sword are reason itself. Not only are they reason, they are the truth. As my fists and sword grew stronger, so does the reason I possess. What do you think? Exalt Yun gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, if you're strong, it's definitely you who is right. Yang Yi smiled and walked over to Exalt Yun. Actually, you could have stopped him, but you didn't. If I'm not wrong, you probably wanted to see my true strength. Are you satisfied now? Exalt Yun gazed at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi shrugged. Lead the way. Exalt Yun fell silent for a while and left. Yang Yi immediately followed him. A short while later, they arrived at the peak of Sky Sword Peak. As soon as he arrived there, Yang Yi sensed a strand of extremely powerful sword intent. It gave him a huge amount of pressure. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and took in the scene here. There was a single ancient hall here, and a bamboo forest covered the surroundings. It was extremely quiet because there were very few here. Besides Exalt Yun, he didn't see anyone else. Meanwhile, Exalt Yun said, this is the main peak of my Sword Sky City, and most people aren't able to come here. Please come with me. Exalt Yun led Yang Yi into the hall. As soon as they did, a wave of sharp sword intent assaulted Yang Yi, causing him to frown slightly. He waved his right hand, and it instantly vanished. Exalt Yun glanced at Yang Yi. Your sword intent. Yang Yi made it simple. I used intent ignition. Intent ignition? Exalt Yun was stunned and said, in other words, you can't use sword intent at all right now? Yang Yi nodded. Sort of. Exalt Yun frowned. You can't use sword intent, yet your sword is so powerful. How can that be? Can we get down to business? Yang Yi said, I'm in a hurry. Exalt Yun glanced at Yang Yi and said, please come with me. He left Yang Yi deep into the hall, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. In a secret chamber that wasn't very large, yet not very small either, countless different swords floated here. They were all ordinary swords, but every one of them contained a strand of special energy. 2,329 swords that represent 2,329 sword das. Meanwhile, Exalt Yun continued, they are from different sword cultivators. While there's a difference in their strength, their styles vary. Every sword Dao has its weak points and strong points. Only those at the progenitor realm who possess their own sword Dao can study here. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Exalt Yun said, if your cultivation is insufficient, and you don't have your own sword Dao, you will fall into a dilemma here. You will be restrained and trapped by the sword Das of others. In that way, it would be even more difficult to create your own sword Dao. Thus, only those who fulfill those requirements can enter here, leave their sword Das behind, and study the sword Das of others to make up for their weak points. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and nodded. Needless to say, Sword Sky City is extraordinary. Of course. Exalt Yun continued. If it's in terms of the sword Dao alone, then besides the sword ruins, my Sword Sky City is the strongest in eternal border. Yang Yi gazed at Exalt Yun. Sword ruins? Exalt Yun replied softly, an ancient place that you may be able to visit in the future. He gestured with a finger, and a sword floated over to Yang Yi. Leave your sword Dao within it, and you can study the other sword Daos here. Yang Yi gazed at the sword before him, fell silent for a moment, and then grabbed it. In an instant, it started trembling, and then it gradually started turning red. In just a short while, it had turned blood red like it was made from blood. A long time passed before Yang Yi withdrew his grasp, and the sword immediately shook while a wave of powerful slaughter intent rippled out from it. In an instant, all the other swords moved aside, and none dared to get close to Yang Yi's sword. The slaughter sword Dao. Exalt Yun spoke solemnly. Such dense slaughter intent, such a powerful desire to kill. A tool of slaughter. I've never seen such a sword Dao. Yang Yi remained silent. The slaughter sword Dao? Actually, only two people knew that Yang Yi's sword Dao wasn't the slaughter sword Dao. Yang Yi's true sword Dao was the sword Dao of emotion. His core was emotion. His slaughter intent came from his emotions. The more he felt, the greater it was, and that was why Yang Yi wasn't enslaved by his desire to kill, and head enslaved it instead. Strictly speaking, he was enslaved by emotion, and he willingly allowed it to do so. Of course, if Yang Yi was willing to sever his emotions and remove the shackles on his sword, then he would become even stronger too. Just like this very moment, if he could abandon in Nanjing, Su Qingshi and the others, Qin Chuan and the others' families, and Sky Maiden's group, then the Xiwan clan and any other power would be helpless against him. His heart would be completely free. What kind of sword cultivator was the most terrifying? Those without any shackles like the unfettered one. However, if he did that, he would become a second unfettered one. He didn't kill for eternal life or personal interests. He killed to survive and to keep his loved ones safe. Exalt Yun took a deep and long glance at the sword Yang Yi left behind. At this moment, no other sword dared to approach it. The other swords here merely emanated sword intent, but this one was very strange because it emanated both sword intent and slaughter intent. A short while later, Exalt Yun gazed at Yang Yi. "Please do as you wish now." Yang Yi shook his head. "Take me to the scroll." "Why?" Exalt Yun was puzzled. "Aren't you going to study these sword das?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "No." Exalt Yun asked, "Why?" Yang Yi smiled. "Must you insist?" Exalt Yun nodded. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "They're inferior, so why learn?" The surroundings instantly fell perfectly silent. But just a moment later, the 2,000+ swords here started trembling, and then they pointed themselves at Yang Yi while numerous powerful wills in the sword Dao slammed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he flipped his palm. A sword appeared in his grasp. A moment later, he pointed it at an angle to the ground while powerful slaughter intent rippled out. In an instant, the entire room was filled with monstrous slaughter intent. At the same time, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. At the instant his sword domain appeared, the wills of those sword das immediately collapsed and countless swords fell to the ground. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and spoke indifferently. "I'm not looking down on all of you. Your sword das are extremely powerful, but mine is stronger." The swords remained silent. Exalt Yun took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. His lips moved with the intent to say something, but when he thought of the scene he just witnessed, he immediately swallowed those words. He laughed bitterly. "I admire your confidence." Yang Yi put his sword away. "Take me to the scroll." Exalt Yun nodded and led Yang Yi out of the hall. A short while later, they arrived before a hall. At the center of it was the statue of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed imposing, and there was ghastly slaughter intent between his brows. There was a sword in his left grasp and a scroll in his right. There were 3 words inscribed on it: Limitless Sword Scroll. The scroll wasn't a part of the statue. Exalt Yun bowed respectfully to the statue, and then gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi walked over to it and looked at the scroll. As he gazed at it, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and a woman in a red dress danced within his eyes. "The slaughter sword Dao?" A voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. "It's wrong. Your sword Dao is absolutely wrong. Only by killing people, the heart, the father, the mother, the loved ones, and all things can it be truly considered as the slaughter sword Dao." Chapter 2281 Our Dao is different. Chapter 2281 Our Dao is different. Killing people, the heart, the father, the mother, the loved ones, and all things. Yang Yi frowned before the statue. In his eyes, the dancing woman could still be seen there, but Exalt Yun couldn't see it. Exalt Yun frowned slightly when he saw Yang Yi's reaction. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a few steps forward, and he grew even closer to the limitless sword scroll. Yang Yi looked straight at it and said, "Kill people, the heart, the father, the mother, the loved ones, and all things." Such a person kills for the sake of killing, and is nothing more than a slave of slaughter. "You're mistaken." The voice spoke abruptly. "Strength? Everyone in the world is a slave to strength. Slaughter is just a type of strength. Since you've chosen the Tao of slaughter, why don't you take it to the extreme? Your heart and sword aren't pure. If you can make it pure and bring it to the limit, then who in this world can be a match for you? Yang Yi shook his head. Slaughtering the world is not my desire. The voice asked, what if the world wishes to kill you? Yang Yi looked at the scroll and said, then it'll slaughter the world. Is there any difference? The voice continued, there's no difference. The only difference is that if you make the first move, you have the initiative, and you'll be in a passive position if others act first. Yang Yi shook his head. How can I offend others without being offended? It's impossible for everything to go as you want in life, but you can seek to live life without guilt. He took 2 steps back, as expected of the most precious treasure of Sword Sky City. You're extraordinary. Unfortunately, our das are different. Farewell. Yang Yi turned around and left decisively without the slightest hesitation. The limitless sword scroll was very extraordinary. It had instantly pointed out the flaws in Yang Yi's slaughter sword Dao. Pureness. His desire to kill wasn't pure enough, so his slaughter sword Dao wasn't pure enough either. True slaughter was just as the limitless sword scroll had said. It killed everything. That would allow his slaughter sword Dao to rise to its limits. If Yang Yi could accomplish that, his strength would definitely rise explosively. However, he wouldn't be himself anymore. He hadn't forgotten what Tianxiu had told him. If he went against his heart for the sake of the Dao and strength, the disadvantages would outweigh the cost. Exalt Yun's frown deepened when he saw Yang Yi leave. He was sure that something had happened between Yang Yi and the limitless sword scroll, but he didn't know what exactly it was. Suddenly, a ray of light descended before Yang Yi. It dispersed to reveal the limitless sword scroll. Exalt Yun's expression changed drastically from the sight of this, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. It was the first time in countless years that the limitless sword scroll had left the statue. Countless sword howls suddenly resounded through Sword Sky City, and then rays of light shot through the sky and arrived in the air above Sky Sword Peak. However, they didn't enter Sky Sword Peak. They weren't qualified. However, 3 people did enter the mountain. A middle-aged man, a beautiful woman in a long dress, and a woman in a green dress appeared around Yang Yi. Exalt Yun's expression changed slightly at the sight of them. He was about to bow to them, but the middle-aged man shook his head slightly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi with the others. Yang Yi gazed at the scroll before him in silence. The woman in a red dress gradually appeared in his eyes. It has been tens of thousands of years. The voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind again. Millions have been here, but none of them were able to impress me, except you. Do you know why? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied seriously, because my talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary, and am a peerless genius that's difficult to come by. Wrong. The voice said, your talent is only above average, and countless possess talent that was much better than you. Yang Yi was very curious. Then what did you see in me? The voice replied, in the beginning, your sword domain. Now your sword heart. Yang Yi was puzzled. My sword heart? The voice explained, sword cultivators cultivate the heart. Sword cultivators must never lose their heart. Countless sword cultivators become enslaved by the sword and strength as they cultivate. They can disregard their hearts for the sake of the limits of the sword Dao. But I just noticed that your heart can be summarized with the word emotion. If you sever your emotions, your strength would be far more than it is, but you didn't. That shows that you are still staying true to your heart. Yang Yi glanced at the scroll and said, and? The voice said, now, you need me. In the future, I will need you. Yang Yi asked, what can you do for me? The voice replied, many things, like help you regain your progenitor realm sword intent. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. If his sword intent could return to the progenitor realm, his strength would increase by at least another 30%. While slaughter intent was powerful, he was a sword cultivator, and the sword domain was most terrifying when combined with sword intent. However, Yang Yi didn't agree immediately. What are your conditions? The voice fell silent for a short while and replied, I think that you may be able to enter the Eternal River. The Eternal River? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What is that? The voice spoke softly. A place that took the lives of countless supreme experts. In the last 100,000 years, no one has been able to pass through that river. My lifespan is coming to its end, and if I cannot pass through it, I will turn to dust. Choosing you is a risky gamble I'm taking. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he replied, All right. Swoosh. The limitless sword scroll suddenly transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword intent surged up into the air from Yang Yi, and his sword intent grew stronger and stronger. In just a short while, it was at the sage realm, but it was still rising rapidly. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. The sword intent she took thousands of years to cultivate. She's just giving it away. What is she planning? The woman in a green dress tightened her grip on her sword in her right grasp. She looked at Yang Yi with an icy cold gaze. Am I inferior to him? The beautiful woman's eyes narrowed slightly. Should we stop this? The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time. Suddenly, he tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. A ray of sword energy surged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Exaltian hesitated to speak, and he didn't stop them either. The current situation had far surpassed his expectations. He hadn't expected the limitless sword scroll to acknowledge Yang Yi as its master. It was a divine treasure of Sword Sky City, so it would be fine if Yang Yi belonged to Sword Sky City. But the problem was that Yang Yi wasn't. So, they could absolutely not allow it to fall into Yang Yi's hands. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. He hadn't even done anything when the limitless sword scroll shook violently, and then it devoured the middle-aged man's sword energy. An instant later, a strand of powerful sword energy surged out from it. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed, and then he was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, he hurriedly gazed at his sword, and he noticed that it had actually cracked open. The middle-aged man was shocked by this. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else here was shocked too. They hadn't expected the limitless sword scroll to possess such formidable strength. Even Yang Yi was quite surprised as he hadn't expected it to be that strong. Meanwhile, a woman in a red dress appeared here. She gazed at the middle-aged man and said, "You're far inferior when compared to your ancestor." The middle-aged man's face was quite unsightly, but he didn't dare to say anything. His ancestor was the founder of Sword Sky City, the Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Scroll had been with the Limitless Sword Master all those years ago. Meanwhile, the woman glanced at the surroundings and said, "All those years ago, I was merely working together with the Limitless Sword Master, and I didn't submit to him. I didn't stay in Sword Sky City because of him either, nor was it because of all of you. Now, I've found the person I've been waiting for, yet you intend to stop me? Don't blame me for showing no mercy." The experts of Sword Sky City had quite unsightly expressions on their faces at this point. It was especially so for Exaltian. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Had hoped that Yang Yi could uncover the secrets of the Limitless Sword Scroll. After all, it was something the Limitless Sword Master had left behind, so it was definitely extraordinary. But he hadn't expected that it would choose Yang Yi and plan to leave with Yang Yi. So, it was a terribly bad decision. The woman in a red dress ignored the others here and gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's aura was still rising incessantly. His sword intent was growing stronger and stronger. Finally, his sword intent broke through and attained the progenitor realm. However, it was still rising. The woman gazed at Yang Yi, and then her gaze slowly descended onto Yang Yi's chest. She sensed energy that made her heart palpitate coming from inside there. The woman in a red dress' eyes narrowed slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Elder Yun and the others didn't dare to attack. Yang Yi's sword intent was at the progenitor realm now, and coupled with the woman in a red dress who possessed unfathomable strength, they weren't confident in their ability to deal with them, especially when the woman had been with the Limitless Sword Master. Not long after, Yang Yi's aura gradually calmed down. Sword intent. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. His sword intent was back, and it was even stronger than before. A short while later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the woman in a red dress. At this moment, she was looking at him too. Their gazes met, and he was about to speak when the entire sky sword peak shook violently. After that, numerous flying swords suddenly shot up into the air from all three main peaks of Sword Sky City. The eyes of the woman in a red dress narrowed slightly. The limitless sword formation. Looks like they don't plan to let you leave. Chapter 2282 Kill First. Chapter 2282 Kill First. Countless swords circled incessantly outside Sky Sword Peak. At the same time, numerous powerful auras surged toward the mountain from throughout the city. Yang Ye's face was emotionless as he stood before the woman in a red dress, and no one knew what he was thinking. It didn't take long for an old man to appear before them. It was the city governor of Sword Sky City, Fan Tianyu. Fan Tianyu gazed at the woman in a red dress. He may be an extraordinary genius in the Sword Dao, but he possesses a few divine treasures, and those powers are determined to obtain them. Staying with him won't end well for you. She nodded slightly. I understand. You want me to stay, right? Fan Tianyu nodded. You can name your conditions. She pointed at Yang Yi. If someone in the younger generation of Sword Sky City can defeat him, then he'll stay. Fan Tianyu's expression became quite unsightly. Defeat Yang Yi? Not to mention the younger generation, even some old geezers in the true Dao realm may not be able to defeat Yang Yi. He'll do it. Meanwhile, the woman in a green dress stepped forward. Fan Tianyu shook his head and was about to say something when she vanished on the spot. The sight of this caused Fan Tianyu's expression to change drastically. Please show mercy. Bang. As soon as he said that, a figure was blasted away. It was the woman. The surroundings fell silent at the sight of this. The middle-aged man and beautiful woman had disbelief in their eyes. Just one attack. Their daughter was an extraordinary genius too, but she hadn't even been able to resist one attack from Yang Yi. Fan Tianyu glanced at the woman, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that she was still alive. After that, he gazed at Yang Yi. He was beyond shocked by Yang Ye's attack too. Yang Ye's strength was much stronger than it had been. The woman's eyes were filled with disbelief too. Impossible. How could you possibly? She was about to attack once she finished speaking, but the middle-aged man and beautiful woman stopped her. However, she was still cursing and shouting. Suddenly, Yang Yi walked slowly in her direction. Fan Tianyu and the others' eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, but Yang Yi ignored them all. It didn't take long for him to arrive before the woman and her parents. The middle-aged man and beautiful woman stared at Yang Yi, and they would attack if he made the slightest movement. Yang Yi looked the woman in the eyes and said, Do you know why you lost? She stared at Yang Yi in silence. Yang Yi chuckled, Because I had a good father. He wasn't like your father and mother. He didn't protect me completely like you. He gazed at the middle-aged man and beautiful woman. Do you know why your daughter can't even resist a single attack from me while in the same realm of cultivation? Because I had a good father. He cared about me, but he refused to protect me at all times. He taught me that I have to rely on myself for everything. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and continued, I have no ill intent towards Sword Sky City, and I don't want to become enemies with it. The limitless sword scroll has chosen me, and it's an opportunity to me, an opportunity that Sword Sky City gave me. I will remember this debt. I can't just leave like this, of course. So, how about I owe Sword Sky City a favor? If you need my help, then so long as I'm still alive, and it's within my ability, I will definitely help you. All right? A favor. Everyone here was stunned. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. The expressions of the experts here gradually changed. A favor. They'd witnessed Yang Ye's strength and talent. Coupled with the fact that he had the limitless sword scroll now, Yang Yi would definitely become an extremely powerful expert if he survived. A favor from such an extraordinary expert held a lot of weight. If they refused, it represented having to fight Yang Yi. Yang Yi may not be at the true Dao realm, but his combat strength wasn't any inferior to a true Dao realm expert, and he had the woman in a red dress to help him too. If they fought, Sword Sky City would definitely pay a price. It would be all right if they managed to kill Yang Yi, but what if they failed? When he thought up to this point, Fan Tianyu had his decision. He gazed at Yang Yi. Congratulations. You'll make a perfect pair. Yang Yi grinned and said, Thank you. Yang Yi and the woman in a red dress turned around and left. No one stopped them. Exalt-Yun watched Yang Ye's figure gradually vanish, and then he gazed at Fang Tianyu. You think he'll have a future after going to the Xiwan clan? Fan Tianyu shook his head slightly. His strength is formidable, but the Xiwan clan is stronger. I'm afraid he may not make it back alive. Exalt-Yun shook his head. What a pity. If he could change his mind, then with his natural talent and karmic luck, he has a chance to overturn the Xiwan clan in the future. But if he goes now, he'll probably die. Fan Tianyu looked into the distant sky. I'm betting he won't die. Yang Yi and the woman in a red dress left Sword Sky City and arrived high above in the clouds. Suddenly, she said, You're very different from the limitless sword master. Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? She spoke indifferently. If it were him, he wouldn't go. He would hide and cultivate like a madman, and then he would go to the Xiwan clan when he possessed sufficient strength. Yang Yi fell silent. She was indirectly persuading him not to go. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head. You don't understand. She looked up at the sky. You have a very small chance of winning. Yang Yi smiled. I know. She gazed at him. Then why are you still going? Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. I won't abandon her, ever. If I can save her, it's naturally good. If I can't, they'll die with her. Otherwise, she'll be lonely. The woman took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. It's just a woman. You can get any woman with your strength. Yang Yi chuckled. You don't understand. Actually, he was very well aware that if he went to the Xiwan clan now, he would die. However, could he not go? Of course he could. Just as she said, he just had to hide and cultivate, and then he would have a chance to overturn the Xiwan clan in the future. But if a Nanjing was already dead, what was the point of that? Meanwhile, the woman in a red dress suddenly asked, What if they kill her? Yang Yi glanced at her and replied, It'll make it so that not a single living thing remains in their clan. He looked up in the direction of the Xiwan clan. I don't have many loved ones left in my life. If even she is gone, then this world is pushing me into a corner. If I'm pushed into a corner, it'll push the world into a corner too. She closed her eyes slowly. The limitless sword master's talent was superior to yours, and he was stronger too. However, you are more extreme and more terrifying. Yang Yi suddenly asked, Is the limitless sword master dead? She shook her head slightly. No, but his fate is worse than death. Yang Yi gazed at her. What do you mean? She replied indifferently. When he attained the true Tao realm, his strength became unprecedentedly strong, and he was called the number one sword in eternal border. The increase in his strength increased his confidence too, so he went to the eternal river. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He couldn't get through it even with his strength. The woman glanced at Yang Yi. It was far from enough. Unfortunately, he refused to listen. Yang Yi's frown deepened. Even a true Tao realm expert couldn't get through it. So, it made Yang Yi wonder what the heck the eternal river was. She suddenly said, Come with me to a place first. Yang Yi was puzzled. Where? The sword ruins. She looked him in the eyes. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Yang Yi asked, Why? She replied, So you can meet the strongest experts in the sword Tao in this world. Yang Yi said, The strongest in the sword Tao? What are you trying to do? She replied, I'm trying to make you even stronger. Yang Yi had quite a weird expression on his face as he gazed at her. Meanwhile, she said, Stop looking at me. I don't have any ill intent. It's just that I don't have much time left, so I need you to grow even stronger. The stronger you are, my chances of returning, our chances of getting to the eternal land will be greater. Yang Yi glanced at her and remained silent. Just like that, they changed their direction and headed to the sword ruins. Grow stronger. No matter what her true objective was, Yang Yi could ignore all of it. All he cared about right now was in Nanjing and his own strength. Since she was willing to help him improve his strength, why wouldn't he agree to it? Around an hour later, the woman suddenly stopped. Yang Yi was puzzled, but it didn't take long for him to frown slightly. He looked over, and he saw space tremble violently there. A short while later, it cracked open to reveal an old man, a true Tao realm expert. Yang Yi frowned as he wondered how the old man had found him. The old man walked over to Yang Yi. I heard you're going to the Shiwan clan? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. Why? The old man nodded slightly. It's nothing. I just want you to leave a few things behind. You can leave if you're willing to leave those 3 things behind. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes. Just say that you want to take them from me. The old man looked at Yang Yi. You're right, that's what I want. The woman suddenly asked, Which power are you from? The old man glanced at her and was about to speak. But Yang Yi suddenly said, Who cares where he's from? I'll kill him first before worrying about that. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The woman was stunned speechless. Chapter 2283 I've Never Shrunk Back. Chapter 2283 I've Never Shrunk Back. Yang Yi's speed was extremely swift, so the old man hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi's sword arrived above him. Yang Yi's sword descended. The world cracked open before it. The old man's expression changed, and then, bang! A wave of powerful aura surged out from him. The sword energy vanished, and the old man was over 10 kilometers away. However, a wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the old man's forehead. There was a gash there. The old man stared at Yang Yi. What a powerful attack! Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hand and swung his sword at the old man from afar. Bang! Bang! 2 types of intense tore through the air with the sword energy, and space was obliterated before them. The old man calmed down. There was no fear in his eyes as he faced this attack. He clenched his right fist, and then a thick layer of ice formed around it. A moment later, he slammed it forward. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword energy was instantly frozen, and a huge expanse of space before the old man was frozen in this instant, even Yang Yi. However, it only took a moment for a sword howl to resound, and then the ice in the surroundings exploded apart and descended as a rain of ice. A vicious glow flashed through the old man's eyes at the sight of this, and then he stomped his right foot down and transformed into a beam of ice that shot forward. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Bang! An explosion rumbled through the sky. In an instant, the clouds in a huge area vanished without a trace, and both of them immediately separated. The old man stopped after moving around 30 kilometers away, but Yang Yi had been pushed more than 30 kilometers away. Obviously, Yang Yi had been at a disadvantage in this collision, but his expression was calm. Conversely, the old man had a solemn expression on his face. Because he was at the true Tao realm while Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm, Yang Yi looked down at his chest. There was a thin layer of ice around him. Needless to say, the ice was very strong, and even his dual intents weren't able to stop the ice from getting close to him. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down lightly. In an instant, the ice around him vanished, and then he looked up at the old man and grinned. Let's continue. Yang Yi swiftly raised his hand, and at the moment his hand descended, his sword was above the old man's head. The old man's reaction wasn't slow at all. He tapped his right foot down and flashed 3 kilometers back. However, as soon as he stopped, Yang Yi's sword was still above him and had gotten closer. The old man's expression finally changed. When it was about to strike his head, a pair of icy cold palms suddenly clamped down on Yang Yi's sword, stopping Yang Yi's sword just as it struck the old man's head. The sword merely sunk down by half an inch before it was fully stopped. It seemed like time had frozen at this moment. The old man stared at Yang Yi while strands of cold energy surged out madly from within him. A short while later, Yang Yi's sword and hands started to freeze. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth, and then he closed his eyes. An instant later, his figure turned ethereal as if he wasn't in this world. The sword domain. As soon as Yang Yi activated the sword domain, the old man's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword shook and slashed down. Hiss! Along with a pair of palms that flew off into the air, the old man was blasted over 30 kilometers away. Yang Yi was about to attack again when he suddenly frowned. He turned around and saw a spear shooting through the air. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he raised his hand and stabbed. At the instant his sword stabbed against the spear, his entire arm felt numb. Suddenly, A foot slammed at his chest. Yang Ye's reaction was swift and grabbed it with his left hand, and then he kicked as well. Bang! Bang! Two muffled bangs resounded, and then two figures were blasted away. Yang Yi pushed his right hand forward lightly as he stood 3 kilometers away, and he stopped on the spot. Meanwhile, a woman was standing not too far away from him. She wore silver armor, held a spear, and had an icy cold expression on her face. A progenitor realm expert. She wasn't at the true Dao realm but the progenitor realm, and her age was around the same as him. Yang Yi glanced at her and the old man. "You're together?" "No, you aren't." Head noticed that the old man had vigilance toward the woman. The old man glanced at her and gazed at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, I advise you not to go to the Shiwan clan. You'll be able to live a while longer if you do." The old man transformed into a ray of white light that vanished into the sky. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was far away in the sky too. The woman suddenly looked in that direction and frowned slightly. Meanwhile, the old man's expression changed drastically. He turned around swiftly, and a sword had arrived behind him. The sword domain. The sword domain combined with 2 types of peak progenitor realm intents. Yang Ye's sword descended soundlessly at the old man. It was much stronger than any attack Yang Yi had executed previously. Bang! A strand of cold energy swept out from within the old man. In an instant, he was covered in a thick layer of ice. At the same time, a ray of cold energy surged up into the air and enveloped Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge it and just swung his sword down. Bang! The sword sliced open the ice around the old man, and when it sliced down through the old man's head, a black shadow suddenly flashed out of the old man's body and vanished into the sky. Hiss! The old man's body was instantly sliced into 2. However, the old man's soul had left and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi didn't pursue the old man because a wisp of blood was slowly flowing out the corner of his mouth. Had taken the old man's attack head-on just now, and had paid that price to destroy the old man's body. Just the old man's body. That was his limit. If he wanted to kill a true Dao realm expert in an instant, he had to ignite his intents. Yang Yi licked off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the sky. "Listen, no matter which power you're from, so long as you dare to attack me, I'll dare to kill you." A moment of silence ensued, and then a voice came from the sky. "Well, see about that." Yang Yi replied coldly, "Come at me whenever you want." Yang Yi gazed at the woman once he finished speaking. The latter tightened her grip on her spear while vigilance appeared on her face. "All of you are trying to stop me from going to the Shiwan clan." Yang Yi continued, "Let me guess, it's probably for 2 reasons. Firstly, you want those 3 divine treasures. Secondly, it's probably because you don't want the Shiwan clan to obtain them, right?" "Yes." She looked him in the eye with a vigilant expression, but there was no fear on her face. They didn't want the Shiwan clan to get those treasures. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "The other 5 clans have started taking action too, right?" She replied, "Not just them. Not just them." Yang Yi gazed at her and she said, "You won't get to the Shiwan clan. Even if you succeed, you'll be dead." Yang Yi asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" She replied, "Hand over those 3 treasures, and then go anywhere you want." Yang Yi grinned. "I've experienced bitterness and pain in my life, but I've never shrunk back in my lifetime." She gazed at him for a long time and said, "Then let's wait and see." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Only Yang Yi and the woman in a red dress remained here. Yang Yi put his sword away and gazed at her. "Let's go." Yang Yi vanished into the distance once he finished speaking. The woman fell silent for a moment and spoke softly. "I may die before my lifespan is up. That's not how you do things." She shook her head and vanished on the spot as well. Once they vanished, the woman from before appeared here again, and a middle-aged man was standing in front of her. The middle-aged man glanced in the direction Yang Yi and the woman in a red dress had left toward, and then he said, "You were right to not attack. He isn't just slightly strong." The woman spoke solemnly, "Father, our Luali clan doesn't have to get mixed up in this. Isn't it better to just let the other clans fight for it?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. You can't think of it like that. If my Luali clan doesn't interfere in this, there will be two outcomes. Outcome number one, the other clans will not fight for it either, as they won't let another take advantage of their hard work. As for outcome number two, the others will fight for it, but they will intentionally act against our clan while doing that. Besides that, if those three treasures are to fall into the Shiwan clan's hands, then the Shiwan clan will probably be at the top of the 6 clans. Similarly, if they fall into our clan's hands, she suddenly said, we'll suffer a threat of annihilation, right? Not at all. The middle-aged man shook his head. The immortal estate is so strong and overbearing. But why don't the other powers act against them? When your strength is at a certain level, others will not act against you. They will only acknowledge your strength. The woman frowned slightly. Just 3 divine treasures can bring our clan to the immortal estate's level? Yes. The middle-aged man spoke softly. The primordial acts of creation can. She spoke solemnly. But Yang Yi is very terrifying. The middle-aged man smiled. If he knows how to act according to the situation, then I would fear him. However, didn't you notice? He doesn't know how to do anything like that. He plans to fight the Shiwan clan just for a woman. A person like him is just someone who has all brawn but no brains. He's nothing worth worrying about. No matter what, our Luali clan must fight for those treasures. The woman fell silent, but there was a wisp of worry in her eyes. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi and the woman stopped. A boundless mountain range stood before them, and there were no trees on it. It was completely barren and extremely dark. Yang Yi asked, "The sword ruins?" She nodded. "Let's go." They were about to go forward when sharp sounds suddenly resounded. Yang Yi turned toward it, and a woman in a linen dress had appeared not too far away on his right. There were iron chains around her bare feet and hands. Besides that, there was a huge sword on her back. The huge sword was much larger than her. She was holding a broom in her grasp, and she was sweeping a tomb. The woman in a red dress gazed at Yang Yi. "Deal with her." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 2284 One with the Sword. Chapter 2284 One with the Sword. Deal with her. Yang Yi gazed at the woman in a linen dress, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Can we go inside?" "No." The woman didn't even look up at them. Yang Yi's face fell. "What if I insist?" Suddenly, she stopped sweeping and gazed at Yang Yi. A moment later, she grabbed the huge sword behind her, and then she dashed over to Yang Yi. The huge sword was dragged against the ground, causing sparks to spray. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he grabbed the hilt of his sword with his right hand. The woman's speed could be described as being very slow, like the speed of an ordinary person. However, Yang Yi's face gradually became solemn. The closer she came to him, the stronger the pressure that assaulted his face. In the end, he was on the verge of being suffocated. It was extremely strong pressure. Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed. Suddenly, the woman's body left the ground by around 1 m, and then she slammed her sword down. Bang! The huge sword slammed down, and Yang Yi was blasted over 30 kilometers away. Yang Yi glanced at his right hand, and there was astonishment in his eyes. His arm and half his body was numb. He couldn't feel them at all. Her strength was simply unprecedented. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up, and the woman appeared before him. At this moment, the huge sword was on her back, and a sword that was fine as a hair was in her grasp. Ray of light flashed. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically, and then he activated the sword domain. Hiss! 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 Strands of blood sprayed, but the woman was already back where she'd been standing. The fine sword had vanished from her grasp, and it was replaced by a broom. Yang Yi stood in midair with around 10 injuries around his body. His face was unprecedentedly solemn as he gazed at her. How fast had her sword been? It was so fast that he couldn't sense it at all. If it wasn't for the sword domain, he would have died for sure, because the woman's speed was too fast for him to react to. Shock. It was the first time he'd met someone with such powerful strength and such agile speed. the ability to crush everything with strength or overcome everything with speed. She had it both. Meanwhile, the woman in red clothes by Yang Ye's side suddenly said, "She hasn't used sword intent yet." Yang Ye's face froze. He glanced at her, and at this moment, he recalled that she hadn't utilized sword intent at all just now. Meanwhile, the woman in a linen dress gazed at the woman in red clothes. "Sword scroll? He's the one you selected?" The woman in red clothes nodded. "What do you think?" The woman in a linen dress glanced at Yang Yi. "Acceptable." Sword scroll grinned. "Give me some face and evaluate him, all right?" The woman in a linen dress pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Strength that doesn't conform to his age. Such strength at such an age is rarely seen in the world." Sword scroll looked the woman in the eyes. "Flaws?" The woman fell silent for a while and replied, "A little impulsive and messy. His sword is messy, and his heart even more. If he can abandon all these distracting thoughts and make his heart one with his sword, his strength will rise a level higher." Sword scroll gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi bowed slightly to the woman in a linen dress. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The woman in a linen dress glanced at Yang Yi. "Very good mentality that's rarely seen." Sword scroll couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of praise and surprise in her eyes. Both Sword Scroll and the woman in a linen dress were quite surprised by Yang Yi's attitude. Young geniuses like Yang Yi were absolutely proud and arrogant, and they were the type who never acknowledged anyone else's strength. But they were surprised. Not only did Yang Yi show no displeasure toward her evaluation, he accepted it humbly instead. That surprised both of them, and it was why the woman in a linen dress had said that Yang Yi's mentality was very good and rarely seen. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, "Senior, what did you mean by making my heart one with the sword? Please provide me with your guidance." The woman in a linen dress glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Focus. When you swing, you focus on swinging the sword. When you strike, you focus on the sword striking. If while you swing, you think of striking, and when you strike, you think of the next attack, your heart will be messy. A messy heart will make a messy sword. If you keep thinking about everything, it may very likely have been for naught. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." Messy. He truly understood what that meant now. It could be said that had achieved instant enlightenment at this moment. Just as the woman had said, his heart was in quite a mess while he attacked. When he attacked, he should do everything he could to bring forth its strength and speed, and not consider the next attack or anything else. It was what the woman meant when she spoke about focus. Focus. It wasn't a great principle, and it was a principle that any new cultivator was aware of. However, the more insignificant it seemed, the easier it was to overlook. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. "I'm here for that." The woman in a linen dress pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Can he control it?" Sword Scroll replied, "Let him try." The woman fell silent for a long time and said, "He may die." Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi. "Are you afraid of death?" Yang Yi nodded seriously. "I am." Sword Scroll was stunned speechless. The woman in a linen dress glanced at Yang Yi in silence. Suddenly, Yang Yi asked, "Can it improve my strength?" Sword Scroll nodded. "It can improve your sword intent by a realm for a short while, and even if your sword intent is at the true Tao realm, it can still improve your sword intent by a realm. Even if your sword intent is above the true Tao realm, it can still improve your sword intent by a realm." Yang Yi's expression changed. "Such a divine treasure exists?" Sword Scroll nodded. "Yes, but do you dare to take it?" Yang Yi asked, "Is it very dangerous?" She nodded. "Extremely dangerous." "So, do you dare to risk it?" Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, a man has to take risks in life, right?" She nodded. "Go inside." Yang Yi asked, "What about you?" She replied, "They'll be there in a while." Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he was about to fly off on his sword into the boundless mountain range. However, she suddenly said, "Walk? It'll be beneficial to you." Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he started walking into the distance. Once Yang Yi vanished into the mountain range, the woman in a linen dress suddenly said, "There's something dangerous within him. The primordial acts of creation, The sword scroll continued. It should be that. The woman in a linen dress gazed at her. He's even more difficult to control than the limitless sword master. Sword scroll closed her eyes slowly. No one is more suitable than him. Even if there's someone better, I don't have the time to wait anymore. The woman in a linen dress shook her head slightly. Why don't you let it go? Sword scroll replied indifferently. My body was destroyed, and then I was exiled. If that happened to you, would you be able to let that go? The woman in a linen dress shook her head. You helped me all those years ago. So let me say a little more. He's a ruthless person, more ruthless than the limitless sword master. Most importantly, he possesses numerous divine treasures. He's a person with great karmic luck. If you fail, I have no other choice. Sword scroll continued. I either succeed or die trying. The woman in a linen dress nodded. Be careful of that axe. She turned around and left. Sword scroll remained silent on the spot. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.